Chapter 88. At the same time, in every corner of universe Tixinyuan star, here it is almost all sea. The land is pitifully small. Sitting on the back of a huge black tortoise, a black-haired youth and a beautiful blonde woman with rabbit ears suddenly felt something. Oh no, something happened to Junior Brother. Let's go. Let's go and meet up with our brothers and sisters. In another place, in a remote hut on planet Scarlet, a purple-haired youth with bandages on his body was tasting the decoction prepared by a woman with light blue long hair. At this time, the woman suddenly froze. She frowned slightly. "What's wrong, Luya?" The purple-haired youth was puzzled. "Baby, something happened to Junior Brother," the woman said solemnly. "What?" The youth immediately got up and pulled off the bandages on his body, revealing his frightening injuries. "Let's go." "But you are still injured." "This small injury is not a problem. Saving Junior Brother is more important." Planet Fa Lawn. On a bustling street, a handsome bald youth wearing dark golden armor was holding a pile of clothes in his hands. In front of him was a petite and lovely woman. Both of them seemed to be less than 20 years old. Hey, little Xiao, wait for me," the youth helplessly shouted at the woman in front of him. Hee, not at all. It's not easy to come across such a fun place. Of course, I have to stroll around. Moreover, I heard that there is a super powerful person here. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very good in the way of music. I really want to compete with him in music," the woman said playfully. Her words were heard by the surrounding people. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was actually someone who dared to challenge their Zither Empress, Lord Yi Yinju. This girl was most likely a lunatic, and a lunatic who overestimated herself. At this time, the youth and the woman trembled, their eyes filled with shock. "Something happened to Junior Brother. Little Xiao, let's go quickly. Alas, I wanted to play here. Looks like I can only come back another day." Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the two people tore the sky apart, and a pitch-black crack appeared. The two people directly flew up and disappeared into the black crack. Heavens! Who are they? They can actually tear the sky apart. They're simply gods. Even Lord Zither Emperor might not be able to do it, right? The street immediately became noisy. Planet Shakulos in a boundless desert. A golden-haired youth stood in the middle of the desert. This place is suitable for grinding. He immediately sensed something. Brother, something big has happened. He immediately released a huge amount of fiendish aura, and his originally golden hair was dyed blood red. With a kick of his feet, he soared into the sky and left planet Shakulos. "Brother, I'm coming." The sun. Boom, boom, boom. The core of the sun violently shook. Boom. A fiery red figure instantly rushed out of the sun. It was an extremely beautiful and seductive woman. She had a slender, enchanting, and extremely fiery figure. Her skin was white with a tinge of red. Her two peaks were tall, her fiery red hair, and she wore a fiery red dress. Her entire body was emitting an extremely high and explosive temperature. However, her face was now filled with anger. "Who is it? Who dares to touch my little brother? I will burn you all to death. Little brother, don't be afraid. Sister is coming." The sun's fire instantly surrounded her, and with a whoosh, she flew toward a certain direction, on a certain planet. A golden-haired young woman with 12 pairs of wings on her back, a purple-haired woman, and an illusory woman holding a parasol opened their eyes at the same time. They spoke at the same time. "He, young master, is in danger." Myriad Swords Planet. This was the favorite place of all the sword cultivators in the universe. This was because the way of the sword was revered here, and almost everyone was an expert in the way of the sword. And now, in the magnificent castle of the Sword City, Lord Sword God, these are the challenge letters for this month. The old man piled up a small mountain of challenge letters and spoke respectfully to the cold-looking youth who was wiping his sword not far away. "Put them there," the youth said calmly. "Lord Sword God, I would like to ask you, how strong are you?" Whoosh! Before the old man could finish speaking, a gust of cold wind blew past his neck. Behind the old man, the tiny eavesdropping balls were instantly shredded into pieces. The old man instantly broke out in cold sweat. Those scum of the sword cultivators want to know my cultivation base again? They even used you as a cover. The youth continued, wiping the sword in his hand unhurriedly as he spoke calmly. It was obvious that he was speaking to the old man. The old man took a step back, not knowing where to start. His body began to tremble subconsciously. The youth shook his head. Leave. Go and tell those scum that my cultivation base is unimaginable to you mortals. Yes, 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 I will leave. The old man hurriedly ran away. The youth raised the sword in his hand, and the blade reflected a sharp light under the sunlight. He slowly sheathed the sword, and it was at this moment that, he suddenly felt something and looked at the sky. Yuhao, he murmured and frowned. He then shouted indifferently toward the castle. Xian, Yuhao is in trouble. Hurry. With a simple sentence, a beautiful purple-haired woman wearing a purple battle suit came out. I felt it too. Let's go. Universe 36, the purple-haired girl instantly pulled out the long sword that she had not used for a long time. Out of nowhere, a crack appeared. She sheathed the long sword and said coldly, Someone actually dares to touch my master? I will not let them off easily. Who is that? I will go out first. You can take a look at this universe for me. After saying that, she walked inside. The boundary between Universe 9 and Universe 10. Whoosh! A huge ice-blue figure appeared. It was a huge ice-blue dragon, at least a few meters long. On its back sat a very beautiful white-haired girl. However, she frowned. Hurry up, Hantion. I feel that something has happened to my father. Hurry, hurry. I feel it too. Prepare, Xiao Shui. I'm going to activate the highest speed in the universe. The ice-blue dragon said indifferently, and its body began to gather an indescribable power. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, it had already disappeared, leaving behind a slightly trembling cosmic space. I don't know where. An unimaginably huge blue whale suddenly looked up to the sky and whined. On its back sat a handsome man with long blue hair who was napping. He was surrounded by many butterflies. The man was awakened, and the butterflies scattered. The man lazily said to the whale, Brother, what's wrong? Woo woo woo. The whale kept whining. Oh, so an old friend is in danger. You want to save your master. Good, good, good. An old friend is in danger. I should go and help, right? Let's go. Kuan, set sail. In the eastern region of Universe 10, primordial star, Wei Long Mountain. A domineering golden-haired monkey wearing a purple gold armor and a purple gold crown was lying on a huge rock at the top of the mountain, eating an immortal peach. The golden-haired monkey's eyebrows twitched as if he felt something. He opened his golden eyes, and there was a faint flame in his eyes. Not good. Brother Xiao Yao is in trouble. I have to go and help him. No, I can't go alone. I have to call Master and the others. He. Let's do it. Old son will go. After saying that, the golden-haired monkey soared into the sky, somersaulted, and instantly disappeared into the clouds. Universe 11, this is... When Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia woke up, they found themselves lying on a very large bed. The furnishings in the room were mostly flowers and plants. It might be a woman's room. Are you awake? An ethereal voice of a young girl with an echo rang out. Where's this? Who are you? Tang Xiaojia frowned. This is the central region of Universe 11, Xian New Domain. The illusory girl's voice replied. Xian New Domain? The two women were shocked. They didn't expect that they would be teleported to Universe 11. Yes, in this region of the universe, there are only women. There are no men. This is my territory. I found you unconscious beside the teleportation wormhole in Xian New Domain. You should be outsiders from other universes, right? The girl's illusory voice sounded again. Yes, please help us. We have to hurry back. Our husband is in danger. Tang Xiaoyuan's tone was pleading. The girl's voice was silent for a moment. Then she snorted coldly. Men are all a bunch of playboys. You want to go back for such a playboy? No, our husband is not like what you said, Tang Xiaoyuan hurriedly said. However, just as she was about to say it, she found that Yuhao seemed to be exactly like what she said. He was indeed a playboy. She still didn't know how many love debts he had. What's wrong? Why don't you continue? Oomph, I knew it. I've walked a much longer road than you. I just couldn't stand my man being too playboy, so I quarreled with him and split up. Even my cute daughter chose to follow him. I don't know what he's doing. Anyway, he must be acting cute in the arms of some seductive woman. The girl's voice seemed to be very angry. Acting cute? Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia were stunned. Yes, acting cute. My man has a special constitution that can never grow up. He has always maintained the appearance of a teenager. Not only that, but he's also such a cute and beautiful teenager. A long time ago, even I was very envious of him. Really, it's been a long, long time. Those times can't be returned. The only thing that hasn't changed is my longing for him. Oomph. It's been millions of years, and he hasn't come looking for me even once. He didn't even write me a letter. Although the girl's voice was a little angry, there was a trace of longing in her tone. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia were really shocked. Why did they feel that the person she was talking about was? What's your man's name? Tang Xiaojia asked. His name is Xiaoyao. Tianrua Xiaoyao. To be honest, I gave him this name. Back then, the girl's voice seemed to be lost in her memories. Excuse me. I think your man may need your help right now. Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan's expressions became very strange. Do you know my man? No, don't tell me. You're also women he flirted with? The girl's voice became a little awkward. Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan's expressions were a little awkward, and they didn't say anything. They had heard Yuhao's story about his past, so they also knew his former name, which was Tianrua Xiaoyao. You just said that he needs help? With his strength. Is there anything that can threaten him? The girl's voice was a little doubtful. He's no longer the person he used to be. He doesn't have the strength he used to have. Right now, his life is very likely to be in danger. Tang Xiaojia said simply. He even added fuel to the fire. What? The girl's voice was very anxious. A white light flashed, and a beautiful girl with white hair appeared in front of the two girls. Yes, she seemed to be only 18 years old. Why are you? Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia were a little shocked because she looked a little like Yuhao from 10,000 years ago. Now's not the time to talk about this. Wait here. After saying that, the girl walked out of the room. Where are you going? I'm going to call his other women over for help. You may not know this, but almost all the women in the Xian New domain, except for the natives, are related to that guy. The girl's words were tinged with anger. Back on the Twilight of the Gods in a command cabin. Commander, we've sent a message to the Paragon. I'm sure he'll reply soon. A first-tier god said to the Godslayer, who was Su Yunhan. Got it, he replied calmly. Commander, why, you don't seem happy at all, the first-tier god said. Happy? I've always been unhappy, Su Yunhan said coldly. The first-tier god didn't say anything. Su Yunhan sat in his chair, looking at the vast universe on the screen. He was a little dazed. Why? Why was he the one who killed his mother? Why didn't he admit that he was the one who did it? Su Yunhan blinked. Am I seeing things? Or am I not getting enough sleep? Why do I see a huge whale rushing over from afar? Sigh. Looks like I need a good rest. I'm actually hallucinating. Whoa. He seemed to be hallucinating too. The whale seemed to be crying out. Commander, this is bad. The cosmic radar shows a huge creature coming toward the battleship. A first-tier god exclaimed. What? Su Yunhan finally reacted. It wasn't a hallucination? Send me the image. He stared at the screen. A blue whale as big as a planet appeared on it. Sitting cross-legged on its head was a handsome man with long green hair. He gave off a lazy look and was surrounded by butterflies. That creature, could it be? The other 6 Godslayer suddenly came to Su Yunhan's side. What is it? Su Yunhan was inexperienced and didn't know what this creature was. It's a rare beast that went extinct tens of millions of years ago. It's the Kuan of the universe. How can such a creature appear again? The 6 women obviously couldn't believe it. That was the master's mount, but it was borrowed by an old friend of the master's. The 6 deadly sins suddenly appear behind them and said, "You're saying that this guy is here to save the master?" The 6 deadly sins nodded. "Commander, we're going to collide." "Who's afraid of who?" "Crash." Su Yunhan shouted coldly. He knew how hard the battleship was. It was definitely invincible. It could even crush a small planet, just when it was only 1,000 meters away. "Then, let's get this out of the way first," the 6 deadly sins said. "What?" Su Yunhan suddenly asked. The Kuan of the universe's collision force once reduced a superplane to dust, the 6 deadly sins said slowly. "Silence. Quick, activate the protective shield." Su Yunhan suddenly shouted at the gods piloting the battleship. They hurriedly pressed the button for the protective shield. Alas, it was too late. When they pressed the button, the Kuan of the universe had already crashed into the battleship. With a boom, the battleship of the Twilight of the Gods spun 360 degrees in the universe before coming to a stop. However, it had to be said that this battleship was not to be trifled with. The instant the Kuan of the universe crashed into it, the emergency protective shield was activated and neutralized most of the impact. After the battleship stabilized, the people in the command cabin did not suffer any serious injuries. Su Yunhan straightened his clothes. "Does it really think we're afraid of it? Prepare to counterattack. Prepare the star-obliterating cannons." Boom! There was a loud boom. "What's going on?" Su Yunhan covered the communicator in his ear and said, "Commander, we have a situation." A trembling voice came from the communicator. "What happened?" Su Yunhan was shocked and said hastily, "Commander, there's an intruder in the reserve. It's a monkey." "Ah!" Before the other side could finish, there was a scream. Su Yunhan was shocked. There were 10 first-level gods, 30 second-level gods, and 60 third-level gods guarding the reserve. "Hey, answer me. Hey," Su Yunhan said hastily. "TSK, TSK, TSK." There was a cacophony of noise. "Hee, the person behind the scenes. Listen to me. Let them go. Otherwise, I'll destroy this place." A sharp voice came from the other side of the communicator. "Who are you?" Su Yunhan asked, suppressing his anger. "Hee, you sound quite young. Looks like you're just a brat. No wonder you don't know." "Hee, from your voice, it seems that you are quite young. It seems that you're a little brat. No wonder you don't know the name of Old Sunday. From now on, Old Sun will make you remember Old Sun's name forever. Old Sun is equal to heaven, sage, sun, wu, calm." The sharp voice on the other side said, "Great sage, heaven's equal, Monkey King?" Su Yunhan had never heard of this name. However, when he said this, the divine spirit killer and the 6 deadly sins were shocked, incredulous, and terrified. "Hey, what's with your expressions? Is this great sage, heaven's equal Monkey King, very powerful?" Su Yunhan was puzzled when he saw their expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. "Boss, let's surrender. With the great sage, heaven's equal here, this worship is finished," God Eater said fearfully. Su Yunhan was shocked. "Is it that exaggerated?" "It's not exaggerated at all. Because that monkey..." Boom, beep, beep, beep. Explosions sounded. Sirens sounded one after another. "He's that strong. Subdue him. He's just one person. Quick." The gods pounced on a golden monkey who was less than 8 meters tall. He wore a purple crown and purple armor. "Huh." Monkey King smiled disdainfully and slowly took out a golden embroidery needle from his ear. "Ever since I had a falling out with Tathagata, I haven't used you in a long time. What a waste of a treasure like you. Jingu Bang. Grow." The embroidery needle instantly enlarged into a 2-meter-long golden rod. "Ha ha. Come on. Let's make a scene," Monkey King said with a maniacal laugh. Just as he was about to make a scene, Amit Ba. "Yukong, back down. Didn't I say that we shouldn't always fight and kill? We should reason with them." A dignified and gentle-looking monk walked out from behind him. He was wearing a golden brocade cassock, a pilu hat, Buddhist beads around his neck, and a 9-ringed monk staff in his hand. "Son Yukong, who had been looking fierce, became discouraged. He looked at the monk behind him unhappily and said, "Master, why are you still wearing your Buddhist robe? We already had a falling out with Tathagata. Why do you still believe in him?" "Amit Ba Wukong. I don't believe in Tathagata, but Amit Ba. I've said before that there's no need to fight and kill. Put down your staff and reason with them. They're gods after all, and they still have some rationality. How violent would it be if they kept fighting and killing? Their mothers must be very worried about them." The monk said slowly with his palms together. He was Monkey King's master, Tang Sanzongzong. They have mothers? Their mothers might have died a long time ago. Monkey King expressed his doubts. Tang Sanzongzong said slowly, "Amit Ba, everything has its own mother. Don't you have a stone mother too? Gods are cultivated by humans. Why don't they have mothers? Aren't humans and gods born from mothers? The difference is that humans are human mothers, while gods are god mothers. They all have mothers. If you kill all of them, then what will happen to their mothers?" Monkey King silently took out 2 cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. "Brother Monkey, you know that Master doesn't like to see you fight and kill, right? You actually killed gods in front of him. Are you trying to make him stop talking?" A monster, with a long mouth, big ears, and a big belly jumped out from behind Tang Sanzongzong while dragging a 9-toothed rake. He slowly came in front of Monkey King and said softly. Monkey King glared at him, pinched his big ears, and said softly, "Idiot, do you want to eat my stick?" "Oh, no. Brother Monkey, let go, let go. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother didn't do it on purpose. Please be magnanimous and forgive him." A bald monk who looked more honest, "Forgive me for not knowing how to describe Shao Wujing," said to Monkey King. That pig-headed person and this honest monk were Monkey King's 2 junior brothers, Zhu Wuning, Ba Jia, and Shao Wujing. There was also a handsome person who looked like an elegant young master. He held a treasured sword in his hand. He stood beside Tang Sanzongzong. He was the little white dragon, Aolai. "Humph. Idiot, I won't hit you for now. I owe you." Monkey King stopped. "Amit Ba, disciples, step back. Master will ask them where benefactor Xiaoyao is. No need to ask. I can already smell brother Xiaoyao's scent. Follow me." Monkey King placed the Jingu Bang behind his neck. Actually, he was afraid that these gods would be annoyed to death by his master. "Those who have nothing to do with this, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame your grandpa's son for being merciless." Monkey King glanced coldly at those gods. The gods instantly shuddered and opened up a path for him. In the command room, on the screen, Monkey King brought Tang Sanzongzong and his junior brothers and swaggered in the direction of the detention room. Those gods stood on both sides with fear. Su Yunhan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. "Why didn't they stop that monkey? Boss, it's not that they didn't stop him, but that they didn't have the strength to do so," Feng Shun said. "Is there no way to beat that monkey?" Su Yunhan asked. "That monkey has never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. But if the 7 of us use our martial soul fusion skill, we should be able to defeat him." "All right, then let's." Before Su Yunhan could finish, a few butterflies flew in front of him and turned into a man with long green hair. "Ah," he yawned, then looked lazily at Su Yunhan and the others. "Excuse me, how do I get to the place where my old friend is being held?" "Who are you?" Su Yunhan was shocked. "How did this person barge in?" "Ah, young man, you can call me Zixio or Zhuangzhou. You can call me whatever you want. Now, please answer my question. Where's my old friend?" Zhuangzhou yawned. "Zhuangzhou, you're the god Xiaoyao who borrowed boss's cosmic coin?" The 6 original sin gods were shocked. Zhuangzhou looked at them. "Oh, you're my old friend's subordinates. Why, are you here to save him too? Or..." His eyes suddenly became clear. "Did you betray him?" They didn't speak. Zhuangzhou looked at the screen again. "Oh, I didn't expect Great Sage Sun and the others to be here too. It seems like saving him is already a done deal. I seem to have seen a lot of people rushing here before," he said indifferently. "What did you say?" Su Yunhan was shocked. At this moment, he realized that the space radar was showing a dense number of light spots rapidly approaching. "I said, when I came, I saw many people. Oh no, many gods flying here. Well, most of them are women. They should be here soon, Zhuangzhou said calmly. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Wait, this is the universe. Where did the thunder come from? Su Yunhan couldn't believe it. Someone is coming. Zhuangzhou looked outside and saw a purple lightning ball floating toward the battleship. I have to run. Zhuangzhou quickly turned into a group of butterflies and disappeared. Boom! The lightning ball hit the battleship and didn't cause any damage. However, it shook a little. Not far away, a purple-haired youth and a light blue-haired girl appeared. What kind of battleship is this? It's so big and so hard. The girl was shocked. This thing should be. The youth wanted to say something. Yo, baby, long time no see. A sneaky voice rang out. A huge black tortoise appeared. On its back sat a black-haired youth and a golden-haired girl. Sanshur, I knew it. You must be here too. Bebe was delighted and quickly went forward to hug him. The golden-haired girl looked at the light blue-haired girl and smiled. Xiaoya, long time no see. Yes, Nan Nan. Tanya went forward and hugged Jiang Nan Nan. Just the two of you? Su Sanshur was confused. No, look at that big fish. It should be here to save Yuhao. Bei pointed at the Kuan of a universe and said, Oh, this guy looks a little like a whale. Could it be a space whale? Su Sanshur said with a smile. Hee, little friend, you guessed wrong. It's much scarier than a whale. A group of butterflies flew past and gathered together to form a man. It was Zhuangzhou. The four of them were shocked. Bei hurriedly asked, Senior, I'm an old friend of the person you want to save. I'm also here to save him. My name is Zhuangzhou. You can call me Zixio. Zhuangzhou smiled. So it's Senior Zhuang. Greetings, Senior Zhuang. The four of them bowed respectfully. Hee, no need. You must be my old friend's brother and sister, right? We are of the same generation. Oh, someone else is here. Zhuangzhou looked out. A crack opened, and a person in dark golden armor carried a petite girl. The two of them had just come out when they saw Bei and the others. It's eldest senior brother. The person in armor said, in surprise. Kaitu, Xiao, you're here too. Sanshur wanted to hug him, but he stopped when he saw that he was carrying Xiao. Hee, I didn't expect us to meet again. It seems like everyone is here to save little junior brother. Kaitu touched his helmet and said, SSS. Another crack appeared, and a graceful figure wrapped in flames appeared. Little brother, don't be afraid. Elder sister is here. A fiery voice sounded. Senior sister Xiao. Everyone was delighted. It's you? So you're here too. Ma Xiao hurriedly retracted the solar fire on her body. It seems like you're all here to save little brother. This is? Ma Xiao noticed an unfamiliar face. I'm Zhuangzhou. I'm an old friend of the little brother you're talking about. Zhuangzhou was also a little shocked. The flames on this beauty's body were actually solar fire. Oh, hello, senior. I'm Ma Xiao. I'm Yuhao's godsister. Ma Xiao said. Yuhao? I see. Is he called Yuhao now? How many times has he changed his name? Zhuangzhou smiled and muttered to himself. Oh, everyone's here. A sword slashed open a pitch-black crack. 3 people walked out. One was a cold-looking youth with a sheathed sword on his back. One was a purple-haired woman, and one was a handsome man with blood-red hair. Old Ji, Ziyan, and Luoli. Other than Zhuangzhou, who was unfamiliar with them, everyone else was very happy. Before he could say anything, 3 more women arrived. One of them had 12 pairs of angel wings. One of them was a purple-haired woman riding a purple dragon, and one of them had an illusory body and was holding an umbrella. Gai, Chochio, Nana, you're here too. Hee, it seems like everyone's here. Let's start the rescue operation, Bei said with a smile. Wait, Zhuangzhou suddenly said. What's wrong, senior? Everyone was a little confused. Wait a little longer. There's no rush. Many people are not here yet. Zhuangzhou smiled. Just as he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the universe. Following that, a large group of beautiful women rushed out. Furthermore, Their auras were no weaker than that of a first-tier god. The leader of this army was a white-haired girl and two other girls who looked almost identical. However, one of them had blonde hair while the other had white hair. That's Dong and Xiaoer, Xiao Xiao said in disbelief. Could this be the legendary army of women? Su Sanshur complained. Sisters, do you see that battleship? He's on it. Everyone, let's go. The white-haired girl in the lead shouted. Kill. Save our hubby. How long has it been? We can finally meet. Don't be afraid. Hubby, we're here to save him. This magnificent scene petrified Bei Bei and the rest in the universe. Eldest senior brother. You're here too, Tang Xiaoyuan said excitedly when she saw Bei Bei and the rest. No, she should be called Tang Donger now. Little junior sister, you're... Bei Bei and the rest looked at this army of women. It was really hee-hee. It's a long story. Let's save Yuhao first. In the command cabin of the battleship, Su Yunhan looked at the army of women and was dumbfounded. Don't tell me they're here to save him too. Damn, how many people are there? He was on the verge of breaking down. Su Yunhan looked at the group of women outside the battleship. His current mood was worse than eating **T. Su Yunhan. I don't know if I should say this. Didn't I just take my father away? Do you have to go so far? Boss, what should we do? The other god-level killers looked at Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took a deep breath and said, Guard him. But you want to say we can't guard him, right? Su Yunhan looked at them calmly. The six of them didn't say anything. Su Yunhan nodded and said, Actually, I know we can't guard him. However, it won't be that easy for them to save him. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he left the command cabin. Sisters, let's go. Let's save our husband. The white-haired girl in the lead seemed to be the most anxious. She rushed towards the battleship of the twilight of the gods aggressively. The girls behind her roared in unison. Charge. That sound was like a group of awakened and starving beasts. I feel that we don't need to do anything. Su Sanshur, who was ignored at the side, said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia shook their heads helplessly. When they saw this army before, they also thought so. That womanizer, this was only the 11th universe. How many women did he have in other universes? The girl in the lead is called Tian Ruorushue. She seems to be Yuhao's woman, and it's very likely that she was his woman from a long time ago. Tang Xiaoyuan said to Bibi and the others. His woman from a long time ago? That's his past life? Wasn't Yuhao's past life Tang Yu? Everyone said. No, I'm talking about Tang Yu's past life. Tang Xiaoyuan said. What? It can't be? Hey, what are you talking about? We're all here to save that person. We're a family. Hurry up and help. A seductive woman with 9 foxtails shouted at them. That's right. Why are we thinking so much? Let's save him first. Everyone, let's go. Bibi was the first to rush out. Under Bibi's lead, Su Sanshur and the others also roared and rushed out together. At this moment, a cold light flashed, and a huge ice-blue dragon suddenly appeared in front of the army of women. All the women stopped. Mother? Is it you? The girl on the dragon's back was stunned when she saw the white-haired girl in the lead, Tian Ruorushue. Her voice was trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes. Little Xiao Shui, you're Xiao Shui. Tian Ruorushue looked at the girl on the dragon's back with surprise. Isn't that girl Tian Ruoshue? Mother. Tian Ruoshue instantly flew in front of Tian Ruorushue. Her tears had already burst out. She gave Tian Ruorushue a big hug. Tian Ruorushue hugged her tightly. Her face was already full of tears. Good girl, my good girl. You've grown up. Mother misses you very much. Did your father bully you when I wasn't here? How is that possible? Father loves me the most. He's so good to me. I suddenly felt that father was in danger, so I immediately rushed back. I didn't expect mother to also come back. That's great. After we save father, we can reunite. Tian Ruoshue said excitedly. Oof, that dead man. He always thinks that he's invincible. Now, he's been caught and needs us to save him. Tian Ruorushue snorted. Then she said gently to Tian Ruoshue, You're here to save your father, right? Mother is also here to save your father. Come, Mother will introduce you. These are your second mother, third mother, and fourth mother. She pointed to the army of women behind her. Ah, mothers. Hello. Tian Roashue greeted them somewhat unnaturally. Don't be so polite. You're the eldest sister's daughter, so you're our niece. We're all family. The seductive woman with 9 foxtails said with a smile. She was unspeakably charming. She's your second mother, Daji. She's a real vixen. She was the second woman that your father liked in the cultivation world. She's the best at charming people. A long time ago, she often seduced your father, but in the end, she was charmed by your father's special constitution. Speaking of which, your father seemed to have given her this name. In your father's heart, she's second only to your mother. Rushue transmitted her voice to Tian Ruashue. There seemed to be a trace of jealousy in her words. Tian Ruashue smiled awkwardly. So there was such a thing in the past. Xiao Shui, why are you sweating so much? You're so shy. Daji covered her mouth and laughed softly. No, I'm just shocked to see how beautiful you are, second mother. Tian Ruashue smiled faintly. She hid her embarrassed emotions very well. You're such a sweet talker. Daji patted her head and said, All right, let's put the reminiscing aside for now. A little girl dressed like a witch said to her. She was holding a crystal ball in her hands. Her eyes looked blank. She's your sixth mother, called Qiu Mingwe. I don't know why, but ever since I met her, she has never shown any other expression. Only your father has seen her other expressions. I heard from your father that she's the last survivor of the Sacred God clan. Don't underestimate her. Although she looks weak, she has many strange abilities. Rushue transmitted her voice again. Tian Ruashue nodded silently. I can hear you, big sister. She looked at Rushue expressionlessly and said, Don't mind it so much. I'm just introducing you to her, sixth sister. Rushue said with a smile. Since you want to introduce me, why don't you just introduce me openly? She said faintly. She really didn't have any expression at all. Was she a girl without 3 things? Tian Ruashue secretly complained in her heart. Qiu Mingwe suddenly glanced at her indifferently. Tian Ruashue suddenly shuddered, as if she knew what she was thinking. However, she was not someone to be trifled with. She hurriedly shook off the distracting thoughts in her heart and looked at her indifferently. Qiu Mingwe silently looked at Tian Ruashue and suddenly said faintly, In this world, there's only one person I can't see through. Don't hide it. You already knew? Tian Ruashue was shocked in her heart. This sixth mother was really strange. The person she said she couldn't see through could be her father? Qiu Mingwe seemed to know what she was thinking. She nodded slightly. Well, she admitted it, right? Tian Ruashue shouted and hurriedly flew to Han Tian, who had already turned into a human. She pulled him to Rushue. Mom, let me introduce you. He's my husband. She was a little shy and uneasy. Xiao Shui, you're married? That dead man didn't even discuss it with me? Tian Ruashue seemed to be very angry and looked up and down at Han Tian. Han Tian's body trembled slightly, but he didn't do anything. He respectfully bowed to her. Hello, mother-in-law. When he called her mother-in-law, Tian Ruashue smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You really look like your father-in-law. Her words seemed to have some other meaning. Mother-in-law, you think too much. Moreover, you also look like my father-in-law. Han Tian said faintly. Ha ha, you're very brave. Tian Ruashue laughed loudly. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Xiao Shui probably married you because you look like your father-in-law. Mom, Tian Ruashue's pretty face was red. It's okay. I'm very satisfied with you as my son-in-law. You're dragons, right? Yes. You're worthy of my Xiao Shui. She patted him on the shoulder again. Mom, so you agree? Tian Ruashue said in surprise. So what if I don't agree? You're all married. What can I do to you? Tian Ruashue said with a smile. Nephew's son-in-law. You look so much like him. Are you really not his illegitimate child? Daji smiled charmingly. Xiao Minghua looked at Han Tian and shook her head. Although you look very similar, it's a pity that you're not him. Second sister, you guessed wrong. He's not his illegitimate child. Aren't you familiar with the aura of his bloodline? She said to Daji indifferently. Hee, I'm just joking, Daji said with a smile. Hiss. At this moment, another huge crack appeared, and 3 people walked out. 1 man and 2 women. The man was around 20 years old and had long golden hair. He was as beautiful as a woman and wore a golden armor that emitted powerful ripples. The other person was a gray-haired woman. She wore a black dress and held a gray sickle. She gave off a very cold feeling, as if she was a death god from hell. The other person was a purple-haired girl. She wore a black dress and had a blood-red katana at her waist. She seemed to be suppressing her aura. That's Lingyu. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia looked at the purple-haired girl and said in shock, Lingyu? Is she Yuhao's disciple from his previous life? Bei Bei and the others were also very surprised. They had only seen her twice. So many people, and they're all women. It seems that you're also here to save Junior Brother. The man who looked like a woman looked at them and smiled. May I know who you are? Tian Ruo Rushua looked at the beautiful man and asked, My name is Long Haochen. This is my wife, Shang Kai. I'm here to save my junior brother, Hui Yuhao. May I know who you are? Long Haochen said, So you're her husband's senior brother. Greetings, senior brother Long. Tian Ruo Rushua and Daji were very casual. The other women were either too shy to speak, or they didn't like to talk. So you're all Junior Brother's wives. Junior Brother is really lucky, Long Haochen said with a smile. Heavens, so many women. Can my Junior Brother's small body hold up? So you're Martial Uncle Long Haochen and Martial Aunt Shang Kai. Martial Nephew Ling Yu greets, Martial Uncle and Martial Aunt. The purple-haired girl, Ling Yu, respectfully bowed to Long Haochen. She had originally come alone, but she met Long Haochen and Shang Kai on the way. After chatting with them, she found out that they were actually also here to save her master, so she came with them. However, she didn't ask about their identities. Long Haochen hurriedly helped her up. No need to bow. Sorry, I didn't tell you my identity. No. I heard Master talk about Martial Uncle. He said that you're very strong and very beautiful. Little Yu didn't believe it at first, but now, Little Yu believes it. Ling Yu said with a smile. Long Haochen's head was full of black lines. So that's how Junior Brother described me? You can't say the truth so directly, right? Shang Kai rubbed Ling Yu's head and said with a smile, I didn't expect Junior Brother to have a disciple. And Martial Nephew, even we can't see through your strength. Ling Yu scratched her head and smiled embarrassedly. It really is Ling Yu. Hey, Ling Yu. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia called out to her at the same time. Master's wives. It's you. Ling Yu was excited and flew towards them. She only noticed the army of women when she arrived in front of them. They are, Ling Yu said in a daze. You can think of them this way. They are very likely your master's wives. Tang Xiaoyuan patted her shoulder and said, They're all my master's wives? Ling Yu screamed. She couldn't accept this fact. If they're all my master's wives, then doesn't that mean I have so many enemies? Just Tang Dong, and Wang Chu are already troublesome enough. Why are there so many more master's wives? She had no choice but to force herself to smile reluctantly and greet them. Hey, you bunch of righteous people who don't care about villains like us. Hurry up and look over here. An angry voice sounded. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. They saw Su Yunhan standing alone in front of the battleship and looking at them coldly. However, if one looked carefully, his body was trembling slightly. Su Yunhan, can you not tremble? You could try standing alone in front of a large army of women. Are you the one who took Junior Yuhao away? Long Haochen looked at him coldly and said, Judging from the fluctuations of his divine power, he should be a god king. However, could a mere god king capture his junior? He didn't believe it. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Su Yunhan said indifferently. However, why did he look so similar to Junior Martial Brother 10,000 years ago? You're really stubborn. Long Hao Chan smiled gently. He, Tian Ruo Rushue looked at Su Yunhan in disbelief. She couldn't be wrong about this aura. It was his bloodline aura. This young man actually had a trace of his bloodline aura. Qiu Minghua looked at the crystal ball in her hand and frowned slightly. He is his child, she said in disbelief. Su Yunhan. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie recalled this young man. No wonder he looked so familiar. It turned out that he was Su Yunhan. No wonder they couldn't recognize him before. After all, he was always wearing a black robe. The last time they saw Su Yunhan was 10,000 years ago. At that time, Su Yunhan was still a child. You know him? Rushua looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie and asked, Alas, he is indeed Yuhao's child. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie sighed and said, Tian Ruo Shui and the female army were shocked. One had to know that that fellow really had an illegitimate child. Is he yours? Rushua looked at Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie and asked. The two women shook their heads. No, his mother may have died. Seeing that they were still chatting, Su Yunhan pinched himself hard to stop his body from trembling. Don't talk about my mother. Yes, my mother is indeed dead. She was killed by my so-called father, with his own hands. His eyes began to become bloodshot. What? How is this possible? Yuhao would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie looked at Su Yunhan and said hurriedly, Yes, the junior brother we know would never do such a thing. BB and the others looked at Su Yunhan and tried to persuade him. Since you're my father's son, you're my brother. I believe that my father would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. Tian Ruoxue also said, Misunderstanding? No, absolutely. There is no misunderstanding. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Su Yunhan suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Child, sometimes what the eyes see may not be true. What the eyes see may not be true. This is what my good friend Zhong and I told me. Today, I will give this sentence to you. Child, you must remember that sometimes the eyes are deceiving you. Zhuang Zhou began to educate. Zhuang Zhou's words were like a blow to Su Yunhan's head, waking him up a little. He carefully thought back to the scene at the time. When his mother was killed, he seemed to have felt a sense of relief. He carefully thought back again. At that time, the corner of his father's right eye seemed to have a drop of tear. No. Su Yunhan took a step back and shook his head. This is not true. But he was clearly the one who killed my mother. Why would he shed a tear? No, I know. You are deliberately disturbing my mind. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Su Yunhan's eyes turned red for real this time. God Devourer, God Slayer, God Seal, God Heal, God Slayer, God Slayer, return. Su Yunhan madly roared to the heavens. 6 divine assassins appeared at his left and right. Are you willing to accompany me in my madness one more time? Su Yunhan looked at them calmly. You are our boss. They only said one sentence. That one sentence was enough to make their meaning clear. Su Yunhan laughed a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. Good. Then let's fuse together. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 of them magically transformed into 7 beams of light that slowly merged into one enormous ball of light. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone's expression changed. The aura of a paragon, God Emperor? No, it's still rising. What is this? Rushue's expression changed slightly. This is on the twilight of the gods. The 6 cardinal sins stared at the ball of light in horror. Although it's not as terrifying as before, there's no mistaking it. Within the prison cell, Tang Wulin, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He hurriedly got up and spat out. Doomsday? Oh, it's so noisy outside. You're disturbing my sleep. Sloth lazily got up, took off his mask, and rubbed his hazy eyes. Oh, her little mouth opened slightly. Obviously, she saw that Tang Wulin had woken up. My lord, were you also woken up? Sloth's voice sounded very languid. Sloth, let me out, Tang Wulin said anxiously. Sloth tilted his head, looking a little cute. What is it, my lord? Did something happen? Cut the crap. Hurry up. Otherwise, the 10th universe will turn to dust. Tang Wulin said anxiously to Sloth. Boom! The door to the prison cell was smashed open, and the two guardian gods were beaten in. They lay on the ground in a very sorry state. Hee, it's here. The monkey, who was wearing a purple gold armor and a purple gold crown, walked in slowly with a domineering aura. A golden staff was placed behind his neck, and both of his hands were holding the two ends of the staff. Following him in were a dignified monk, a handsome and elegant young master, a seemingly honest monk, and a pig-headed man dragging a nine-toothed rake. Great sage, heaven's equal? Sloth tilted her head, still looking languid. She didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. Hee, you actually know the name of Old Sun. Hey, are you the last person to be held captive? Hurry up and release Brother Xiaoyao. Otherwise, take a blow from your grandpa's son's staff. Great Sage Sun pointed his staff at Sloth and said, In terms of combat power, Sloth knows that I'm not a match for Great Sage. However, Great Sage, you can forget about defeating Sloth. Sloth looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Coupled with her sleepiness, she spoke very listlessly. I've finally met an interesting god. Then let's have a fight. Great Sage Sun was about to give her a blow, and Sloth's spiral pupils were about to spin. Wukong Sloth, stop. Two voices instantly stopped the battle that was about to erupt. TSK. Monkey King pursed his lips and placed his staff behind his neck again. Oof. Oh, Carrot. Oh, Sloth put on the cat mask, turned her head slightly, and snorted lightly. Wukong. I've said. Before the monk could finish, Great Sage Sun had already finished his sentence helplessly. Yes. Use virtue to convince people and reason with them. I understand, Master. Sloth, don't fight with Little Monkey. Little Monkey's fiery eyes. This is an eye technique that's 100 times stronger than the fiery eyes of truth. Of course, this is purely written by Qianli, so don't take it seriously. Immune to your dreamy eyes, you're no match for Little Monkey at all. Tang Wulin looked at Sloth and said, Sloth, I know. But even so, Sloth will not back down even half a step. Sloth said calmly. There was a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Hey, Xiaoyao, you're too much. Didn't we agree not to call me Little Monkey in the future? Why are you still calling me that? Monkey King protested to Tang Wulin. Sloth, Little Monkey, now is not the time to quarrel. Hurry up and let me out. Tang Wulin was already extremely anxious. Sloth was slightly stunned and immediately pressed a button. The transparent wall disappeared, and Tang Wulin hurriedly ran out. But just as he came out, boom, a huge explosion sounded from outside. Even the twilight of the god's battleship shook violently. After the tremor, Tang Wulin gritted his teeth fiercely. Oh no, it's already too late. Sloth, Monkey King, and Tang San were all stunned. What exactly happened? Outside the battleship, the female army, which had been full of momentum, was actually all scattered, and some of them were even seriously injured. Tianruo Rushue was the closest. Originally, with her strength, she could have forcibly withstood the power from before. Although she would have been injured in the end, because her daughter and son-in-law were still here, she was seriously injured in order to protect her daughter. Long Haochen, Shang Kai, and Ling Yu were all in danger. Hao Yue appeared in time to block all the impact, so they were not seriously injured. However, Hao Yue fell into a coma. Only Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Shrek's group were completely fine. They were protected by Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. Oh, and Zhuang Zhou, it's really scary. I didn't expect them to have such a trump card. Tianruo Rushue was supported by Tian Ruoxue and Han Tian, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth. Mom, are you okay? Tian Ruoxue asked very worriedly. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Rushue said with a smile. Small injury? Mother-in-law, you're obviously seriously injured. Han Tian said. Cough, cough. I was careless. They were going to make a final gamble. That big explosion just now seemed to be their last trump card. Rushue coughed and said, Something's wrong. Qiu Mingwei, who was on the side peacefully, became very serious for the first time. What's wrong? Ru Shue asked. Look for yourself. Xiao Mingwei pointed to the front, and her face was indescribably serious. Everyone's eyes were focused in front of them. There was a thick red mist in front of them. When the red mist slowly dispersed, a girl with long blood-red hair appeared in front of them. The boy looked to be less than 16 years old. He was very beautiful, but there was a terrifying aura in his beauty. He was wearing a blood-red robe, and his eyes were completely blood-red. There was no other color in his eyes. Other than blood-red, there was no other color. In his eyes, the entire world and the universe were all blood-red. The entire universe seemed to tremble, as if it was very afraid of this power. It's her. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia's faces changed at the same time. They had already assimilated with the two souls in their bodies and had also obtained their memories. In their memories, the God Emperor was just a toy in their hands. That was a realm that gods could not reach. To be precise, gods could not reach that realm at all. It could be said that that realm, in the eyes of gods, was the true meaning of gods. And no matter how much you cultivated, you could never reach that realm. That was because that realm was beyond all the rules of the universe. It was a realm that evolved from all things in the world, unless those experts were willing to entrust their power to someone else. However, once they did that, those experts would vanish because they were evolved beings. Thus, once they passed their power to someone else, they would return to the world that belonged to them. And the girl in front of them was that kind of powerhouse. Although she seemed to only have 50% of her strength now, it was definitely not to be underestimated. I didn't expect it's actually her. She's not here to kill him, is she? Tang Xiaojia's face was very serious. Her long blonde hair had turned black. It was obvious that her soul had changed. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be afraid of this person. But now he could not even use his true strength, so it was better to be afraid. You still have the nerve to say that? This girl used to be your rival. You always competed with her to see who could kill my brother, but in the end, you were played by my brother. What a joke. Tang Xiaoyuan said to Tang Xiaojia with a little disdain. It was obvious that her soul had also changed. Can she compare with me? Even if I want to kill him, I'll do it openly. Compared to this girl who likes to play tricks, I'm very good. Tang Xiaojia said unhappily. Dong Chiu, or what are you talking about? Shrek and the others were confused. Nothing. Ha ha ha. The two hurriedly laughed it off. Then, the two of them lowered their voices so that only the two of them could hear. What do we do now? The two of us can't use our strength at all, Tang Xiaoyuan said. There's no other way. We can only delay it for a while. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight it out with her. Tang Xiaojia looked coldly at the girl with blood-red hair. The girl looked around and seemed to be at a loss. How long has it been? How long has it been since I last came back? She muttered to herself. Has this universe changed so much? She glanced indifferently at the female army. Oh, are there so many toys? Her gaze was fixed on Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia. You, she muttered. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia suddenly became serious. There are two annoying auras, she said indifferently. However, she did not do anything because her gaze was now focused on the twilight of the god's worship. There's also an exciting aura. She showed a very sick smile and licked her lips. Oh no, she sensed Yuhao's aura. Tang Xiaoyuan exclaimed. Stop her. Ru Shue's injuries recovered in a few breaths' time. She pulled out an icy blue sword from somewhere and slashed at the girl with blood-red hair. Tian Ruoxue began to gather snowflakes around her. Those snowflakes gave off a sharp feeling. Under Tian Ruoxue's control, the snowflakes instantly charged at the girl. Han Tian also transformed into a dragon. The huge dragon's mouth began to gather the surrounding power of the universe. Century of Ice, Universe Edition. Long Haochen also pulled out his holy sword that he had not sharpened for a long time. Kai Er's sickle of the god of death also appeared in her hand. Ling Yu's demon god's blade was also unsheathed. The three of them slashed at the girl together, and 3 crescent moons instantly flew towards the girl. Tang Xiaoyuan had 2 battle axes in her hand. She combined the bottom of the two handles into a battle axe with two blades on both sides. She mercilessly slashed at the girl. A black battle bow appeared in Tang Xiaojia's hand. 9 arrows of different colors were already aimed at the red-haired girl. 9 arrows were released simultaneously. Shrek and the others all used their strongest trump cards. The army of women were not to be trifled with. Which one of them was not a proud daughter of heaven? Now, each of them had revealed their final trump cards. Originally, these trump cards were only used when competing for their loved ones. However, now that their loved ones were in danger, they could no longer hide their trump cards. You're in the way. She reached out her hand indifferently. With a light pinch, those powerful ultimate moves instantly disintegrated. So powerful. Is this the realm above the God Emperor realm? Tian Ruo Rushua muttered. She had been with Xiao Yao for the longest time. She had also heard Xiao Yao talk about the realm above the God Emperor realm. Mere toys, don't get in my way. She waved her hand again. A bone-chilling power suddenly erupted. Tian Ruo Rushua and Long Haochen, who were the closest to her, couldn't even withstand it. They were instantly sent flying, crashing directly into the group of meteors. Just a wave of her hand. Tian Ruo Rushua flew out of the group of meteors in a somewhat sorry state. A meteor was cut in half. Ling Yu flew out from it. Isn't this just cheating? How could she be so strong? She clutched her arm and said, This can't be considered cheating. This is her strength. Moreover, it's only 10%. Tang Xiaojia arrived in front of everyone and said indifferently, Just a single slap is so terrifying? How can we fight then? Su Sanshur crawled out a meteor with a large tortoise shell imprint. It's not that we can't fight. We just need to find someone as strong as her. Tang Xiaoyuan dragged her battle axe and slashed at the meteor, blocking her way. But there's almost no one here who can fight her, right? Daji looked at the current female army. Some were injured, and some are unconscious. No, there is, Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan said at the same time. Just as they finished speaking, they flashed at the same time and blocked in front of the blood-red-haired girl again. You still want to stop me? With your current strength that doesn't even have 50% of your strength? The girl looked at them with contempt. Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan didn't say anything. Tang Xiaojia pulled back the catastrophe bow, and the 9 catastrophe arrows of different colors were aimed at her. Catastrophe, descent of the 9 catastrophes. She muttered softly. Whoosh! 9 arrows were released at the same time. However, the aura of the 9 catastrophe arrows this time completely surpassed the previous 9 arrows. Unknowingly, it felt as if it had surpassed the power of the God Emperor. After shooting the 9 catastrophe arrows, Tang Xiaojia's face turned pale, and his body seemed to be very tired. The battle axe in Tang Xiaoyuan's hand, which was held together from top to bottom, suddenly separated. Her 2 battle axes actually merged together, and the battle axe instantly became incomparably huge. Genesis Sky Splitter. The huge battle axe directly slashed at her head. This terrifying aura completely surpassed the previous attack. Tang Xiaoyuan's face also became very pale. The red-haired girl finally showed a trace of seriousness, but she was not afraid at all. Just a dying struggle. No one can stop me. A strange-looking, huge crimson sword appeared in her hand. There were strange patterns on the blade, and it gave people a feeling that it could destroy anything. She raised the huge sword in her hand. Doomsday, Heaven's End. A force merged into the huge crimson sword, and a huge sword shadow wrapped around the huge sword. The girl held the huge sword horizontally and slashed at the 9 catastrophe arrows and Genesis axe that were attacking her. Boom! The 3 origin weapons collided, and a strong aura erupted. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or not, everyone seemed to feel that the entire universe 10 began to tremble. The origin of the universe was actually afraid of such power. Some people who were not mentally prepared were affected. They were so shocked by the aura that they could not distinguish north from south. This is too scary, right? Su Sanshur, who was hiding in the distance, broke out in cold sweat. The realm above the god emperor. What kind of realm is it? Tian Ruo Rushue frowned slightly. Mom, look. Tian Ruoshu anxiously pointed to the front. Everyone looked over. They saw that Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan were actually grabbed by the neck by the girl. Both of them fell into an extremely weak state and could not even resist. I'm really surprised that you still have a backup plan, although it only made me suffer some negligible injuries. Just now, you seem to have only used 20% of your strength. The blood-red-haired girl's scarlet eyes stared at the two girls who were being lifted up high by her. Both of them groaned and wanted to resist, but their bodies were so weak that they could not resist at all. I really didn't want to kill you, but it was you who wanted to stop me. Don't blame me. Just as the girl was about to exert force with both hands, a pair of white jade-like hands instantly grabbed one of her hands. The girl looked at the person who grabbed her hand. He had a head of white and flawless hair, and his beautiful face became extremely cold. Those sky-blue eyes that gave people a sense of boundless majesty were extremely majestic. Oh, finally decided to come out? The corners of the red-haired girl's mouth curled up. She was not afraid of him at all. She did not hide the desire in her eyes at all. Tang Wulin ignored her and patted her wrists with both hands. The red-haired girl felt that her hands were not listening to her. Her hands loosened, and Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan escaped from her evil clutches. Tang Wulin held them in each hand and looked at them with an extremely gentle gaze. Are you hurt? Yuhao. The two girls looked at him happily. You're okay? It's great that you're okay. Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan excitedly hugged Tang Wulin tightly. TSK. The red-haired girl curled her lips, and a trace of jealousy flashed through her eyes. Xiaoyao, dad, old friend / father-in-law / little junior brother / big brother / little brother / dear master / young master / junior brother / Yuhao. Tian Ruo Rushue and the others on the side said in unison. Everyone addressed Hua Yuhao differently. Tian Ruo Rushue, Daji, Chiu Mingyue, and a few other girls called him Xiaoyao. Tian Ruoshue was the only one who called him dad. Han Tian was the only one who called him father-in-law. Zhuang Zhou was the only one who called him old friend. Shrek, Kaitu, Bei Bei, Su Sanshur, and Jiang Nanan were the only ones who called him big brother. Ma Xiaodao was the only one who called him little brother. Ling Yu was the only one who called him dear master. As for young master, only Nana and an elven girl in a princess dress called him that. As for junior brother, only Long Haochen and Sheng Kai called him that. As for Xiao Xiao, only Xiao Xiao, Ji Juechen, Jing Zian, Nan Xiuqiu, and Yi Gai called him Yuhao. Oh, Tang Wulin's body trembled slightly. He glanced at the group of girls behind him. Ugh, it's over. They're all here. Even Rushue and the rest are here. I'd better pretend that I don't see them. Tang Wulin thought to himself. He carried the weak Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan as he flew in front of Shrek and the rest. He smiled and said, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister, Xiao Xiao, Loli, elder sister, yes, everyone, long time no see. Little junior brother, elder brother, younger brother, Yuhao. Shrek and the rest rushed towards him. However, they didn't give him a hug when they saw that he was carrying two injured people. Everyone, please help me take care of them, Tang Wulin said with a smile. He handed Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan over to Xiao Xiao and Tangya to take care of. Tang Wulin then looked at Ling Yu and Long Haochen. Ling Yu, you haven't come back to see me for a long time. Oh, and senior brother Long and senior sister Sheng. Many thanks for coming to help, senior brother and sister. He bowed slightly to Long Haochen. Long Haochen hurriedly stopped him and patted Tang Wulin's shoulder. There's no need for such meaningless etiquette between us. And Long Haochen leaned close to Tang Wulin's ear and teased him in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You're really lucky. Junior brother, cherish it. Tang Wulin's pretty face blushed slightly. He coughed and didn't say anything. Only then did he notice Zhuang Zhou, who was sitting on the shrunken koan. Oh, I almost forgot. And you, old Zhou, I'll deal with you later for cheating my koan. Zhuangzhou could only laugh silently and didn't say anything. From the beginning to the end, Tang Wuling didn't look at the female army. Hey, don't pretend. Do you really think I don't know? Are you afraid to face me or the group of women behind me who have been waiting for you for thousands of years? Tian Ruo Rushue said coldly to Tang Wuling. There seemed to be a trace of dissatisfaction in her tone. Tang Wuling's body trembled slightly. Only then did he slowly look at them. The group of female army had tears in their eyes as they stared at him with their big eyes. Tang Wuling didn't dare to look at their eyes. He simply closed his eyes. Do you still want to drag it out for thousands of years? Their hearts have all been cheated by you. They can't hold anyone else anymore. They're all yours. Don't you plan to take responsibility? Xiao Minghua looked at Tang Wuling and said. Her voice was still very calm. Don't make me look down on you. I know you're full of energy. Daji blinked her seductive eyes and said seductively, who were the 3 people who said that they couldn't stand those women who chased me every day and said that they wanted to separate from me? Tang Wuling patted his head and said, Suddenly Tian Ruo Rushue, Qiu Minghua, and Daji all stopped talking. You actually ignored my existence. The red-haired girl who was ignored finally got angry. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction erupted from her body as she directly rushed towards Tang Wuling. Tang Wuling was shocked. I'll catch up with you guys later. Let me take care of this lunatic first. After Tang Wuling finished speaking, the red-haired girl had already rushed behind him. She gathered that terrifying power in her right fist and directly punched out. Dad, be careful, Tian Ruoxue exclaimed. Tang Wuling didn't face her. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and directly caught the girl's small fist that was flying towards him. He gently exerted his right hand, and the girl's terrifying power was directly dispersed. Everyone was stunned. Only Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojie, and the red-haired girl were slightly better. All the girls in the female army covered their mouths. That punch made them feel that their lives were in danger. She just directly dispersed it with a pinch of her hand? So strong. She's indeed the person we like. I told you. Tang Wuling turned his head back calmly. His originally sky-blue eyes actually turned white. He looked at the red-haired girl in front of him with a strange expression. You know the consequences of making me unhappy. Chapter 89. Tang Wuling stood up slowly. His body was a little shaky, but he forced himself to stand up and walk step by step toward the God of Order. Yuhao / Xiaoyao. Everyone wanted to stop him, but Tang Wuling stopped them. Xiaoyao, you're injured. Take a rest. Leave this guy to us, Rushue said to him. Tang Wuling turned around. Aren't you guys injured too? Everyone was stunned. Tang Wuling shook his head. I don't need your help. I can handle him. This is a private matter between me and him, but she wanted to say something. Back off. Tang Wuling suddenly raised his voice. Rushue trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he lost his temper at her. She was not used to it. She silently retreated to the side. Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie looked at each other. How's your recovery? Can't fight. No, you have to recover quickly. Yuhao's spiritual power and body are on the verge of collapse. He's no match for him. Monkey King gripped the Jingu Bang tightly. This guy's strength was at the level of a dominator. Without the strength of Little Six-Ear, Tong Bai, and Barefoot, there was no way he could fight him. Tang Wuling slowly walked in front of the God of Order and looked at him expressionlessly. Do you want to die? You should be hiding behind these people to recover. The God of Order said coldly. And then let me watch you kill them in front of me? Tang Wuling looked at him with disdain. Oomph, the God of Order snorted. Hee. It doesn't matter if you kill me. I won't die anyway. But do you know the consequences of killing them? Tang Wuling sneered. The God of Order still looked at him coldly. Then you'll have to face the wrath of the dominators of other universes. Ha ha ha. Tang Wuling chuckled. The God of Order's body trembled slightly. Are the daughters of other universe rulers? He found it hard to believe. Haven't you already guessed it? Yes, that was right. They were the precious daughters of the other universe rulers. If you still care about the safety of Universe 10, then it's best not to involve them. This is a matter between you and me, a fair duel, one-on-one, Tang Wulin said with a sneer. You really have a lot of love debts. You've stolen all the princesses from other universes. The paragons must hate you. The god of order sneered. I'll take that as a compliment. Tang Wulin crossed his arms and said calmly, as if he had already put his life and death aside. I won't fight with you when you're so weak. Let me find you a suitable opponent. The god of order chuckled. Tang Wulin frowned slightly. Did he have any helpers? Su Yunhan and the other 6 god killers had already woken up. They immediately noticed Tang Wulin and the god of order. The master of order actually came in person. Butcher God was very surprised. The god of emotions seems to be very weak now. The aura on his body is like a flame that's about to be extinguished, Yu Shun said, and she subconsciously looked at Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan frowned slightly at this time. He looked at Tang Wulin's back and then looked at the god of order. What was he trying to do? The god of order stretched out his right hand and tore a crack in the air. From the crack, a blurry figure surrounded by smoke slowly walked out. Who is this? The girls were puzzled. Not only them, but even Su Yunhan and the others were frowning slightly. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. His eyes lit up slightly, and he directly used his X-ray vision to see through the smoke that covered the figure. When Tang Wulin caught sight of the figure's appearance, his pupils immediately contracted, and he was still in a state of shock. He reflexively took a few steps back and almost fell over. How is this possible? He asked in an incredulous voice. Everyone was very surprised. What on earth made him so shocked? Everyone looked at the figure surrounded by smoke. Then, the smoke slowly dispersed, and everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the figure finally revealed his appearance. When everyone saw the figure's appearance, their pupils suddenly shrank. Many people even cried out in shock. Tian Ruo Rushue, Tian Ruashue, Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojie, and Shrek all sucked in a breath. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked. The one who was the most shocked was Su Yunhan. At this time, Su Yunhan was already stunned. His eyes were fixed on the figure's appearance. How? He muttered to himself. Zhuang Zhou put away his lazy expression, and his sober eyes carried a trace of shock. Monkey King frowned slightly and scratched his cheek. Strange. My fiery eyes of truth can't see what this impostor is. Even the 6 original sins on the distant twilight of the god's battleship were in disbelief. That's Sir. Sloth, who was slowly rushing over, narrowed his eyes of a Yuhao. It's fake. There's no aura of life. It's just a battle puppet, she said indifferently. Puppet. The other original sin gods were shocked. Sloth nodded. How could I be wrong about Sir's aura? But she frowned slightly. Why does that impostor have Sir's bloodline aura? Yes, the one who appeared in front of everyone was Yuhao. He had a head of long sky-blue hair and was very handsome and beautiful. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to be in a deep sleep. How is it? Are you very surprised by this opponent of yours? The god of order looked at the astonished Tang Wulin with a very annoying smile. Where did he come from? Tang Wulin frowned and gritted his teeth. What? You can't wait to fight with me, can you? This is my proudest creation. I used a drop of your blood and a strand of your hair to create it. It has no heart and no emotions. It's a puppet that only knows how to fight. Although it often doesn't listen to me. The god of order laughed. Tang Wulin was slightly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something. Tangerine. Did you order him to kill Tangerine? Tangerine? Oh, you're talking about the woman who gave birth to your illegitimate child 10,000 years ago. The god of order did not forget to mock him. Then, he revealed a sinister smile. That's right. I ordered him to kill her. That stupid woman was really stupid. When the puppet wanted to kill her, she did not even try to hide. Before she died, she always thought that the puppet was the real you and did not suspect you. She even thought that you were forced to kill her because of something. Guess how she died in the end? Before the puppet could do anything, she bumped into the puppet's sword. She killed herself. Look at your expression of disbelief. You didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha ha. That woman of yours is really stupid. The god of order's smile became even more sinister. It was hair-raising. After hearing his words, everyone present was shocked. Shrek and the rest looked at Tang Wulin. They saw Tang Wulin's head gradually lowering. His white and flawless hair covered his face. They could not see his expression at all. However, looking at his trembling body, they could see that he was very sad and in pain. On the side, Su Yunhan, whose expression had already become very scary, clenched his fists and shouted with a trembling voice, "You bastard!" Ignoring his own serious injuries and everyone's obstruction, he directly rushed towards the god of order. Both his hands were covered in a set of blood-red claws. The claws looked very sharp. He directly raised his right claw and grabbed towards the god of order without holding back. "It's you, it's you, it's you!" Su Yunhan's eyes were already bloodshot. He roared crazily. "It's you who killed my mother. It's you. I want to kill you, you bastard." Just as his god-killing claw was about to grab the god of order's body, whoosh, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly wrapped around his claw. Su Yunhan's reaction was very fast. He immediately stretched out his left claw and grabbed the pitch-black tentacle that wrapped around his right hand. Crack! The tentacle was torn in half by him. Pitch-black liquid splashed out. Su Yunhan took a few steps back and shouted angrily, "Come out! I know you're there. Ayaya! We've been discovered." A very playful voice sounded. A blonde girl appeared in front of everyone. She smiled. "Everyone, guess who I am? The ruler of the Abyss universe." Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojia exclaimed at the same time. "Bingo! Bingo!" The blonde girl snapped her fingers. "And it's the real body," she said with a smile. She looked at Tang Wulin, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. "I'm here to pick you up, dear teacher." Tang Wulin did not seem to hear her. He still had his head lowered and did not say a word. "How strange. What's wrong with you?" The Abyss girl looked at Tang Wulin and touched her lips with her index finger. "Ha! It seems that he has suffered too much of a blow. His spirit is not up." The god of order sneered. "Shut up. Your voice is making my ears hurt." The Abyss girl looked at the god of order coldly and said, Okay. I won't say anything. However, I'll leave the other hindrances to you." The god of order said, "Remember, don't kill him. He's my teacher. Only I can do anything to him. If you dare to do anything to him, I'll make the 10th universe history." The Abyss girl glanced at him and said. The god of order's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. "Oomph." The Abyss girl snorted. In a flash, she appeared in front of Tian Ruoxue and the others who were going to rescue Tang Wulin. "This road is blocked. Please go back," she said indifferently. "Ruler of the Abyss universe, I didn't expect you to collude with a scum like the god of order," Tang Xiaoyuan said angrily. "No, I'm not colluding with you. This is called using you. My goal is to take teacher away, but all of you who get in my way are really annoying. So, I have no choice but to find a tool that I can use. It just so happens that this idiot from Order is just the tool that I need." The Abyss girl spoke in a flat tone. She waved her hand, and a crack suddenly appeared behind her. The crack slowly split open, and a gigantic pitch-black creature instantly rushed out. It was actually a gigantic black octopus. One of its tentacles was broken, but a new tentacle was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Yunhan, the only one who was beside Tang Wulin, shook his hand, and there was a trace of disgust in his eyes. Was that the tentacle just now? However, this was not the end. The crack split open, and a humanoid monster with wings rushed out from it. Its red eyes were very scary. The humanoid monster with a crocodile head dragged a huge axe and rushed out after him. A huge black centipede followed the crocodile man out. More and more strange creatures came out of the crack, one after another. "This," Tang Xiaojia and Tang Xiaoyuan gasped. "She has brought the top combat power of the Abyss universe." Ruxue frowned slightly. This was not good. They were still injured. If they fought with the top combat power of the Abyss universe now, they would not be able to gain any advantage. While they were at a loss for what to do, Ling Yu carried her demon god saber on her shoulder and slowly walked towards the abyssal powerhouses. She looked indifferently at the abyssal leader and said, "Leave this ruler to me. Mistresses, take care of the other small fries." "Oh, isn't this the new ruler of the 36th universe? I didn't expect you to have time to come here," the abyss girl said with a faint smile. "I don't like to talk nonsense with the enemy. Bad people who dare to attack my master will die a horrible death." Ling Yu said and rushed toward the abyss girl with her demon god sword. Crack! Ling Yu's pupils shrank. She looked at the abyss girl who used only one hand to block her demon god sword that she had been charging for a long time. She squinted her eyes and kept smiling. "Ah, so you are my junior sister. I didn't expect Master to accept other people as his disciple. It's really..." She slowly opened her eyes. So annoying. Her expression gradually became a little ferocious. "Master's disciple. Only I am enough. Everyone else. F***CKU. Her left hand suddenly changed into a huge blood blade and mercilessly chopped at Ling Yu. Clang! Ling Yu took out a short dagger and blocked the blood blade formed by the abyss girl's left hand. From your words, I can tell how much Master doesn't love you." Ling Yu puffed out her chest, and her face was full of mockery. Her towering twin peaks formed a sharp contrast with the abyss girl's flat chest. "Oh!" The abyss girl seemed to have been dealt a blow. She looked indignantly at Ling Yu's twin peaks, which were many times larger than her own. However, she didn't show it too much. She raised her head and puffed up her chest, putting on a smug expression. "Oomph. What's so good about that? It seems you don't know Master at all." "What did you say?" Ling Yu said angrily. "You don't know Master at all. Master doesn't like breasts at all," the abyss girl said very proudly. "Ah!" Ling Yu exclaimed and subconsciously took a step back. Is this true? Does Master really not like girls to have bigger breasts?" She rubbed her twin peaks and said in a daze. The abyss girl took the opportunity to raise her head. "Oomph. Of course. Master has never liked breasts because breasts make it hard for him to breathe." Ling Yu seemed to have been dealt a heavy blow, and she leaned against the meteorite behind her in a daze. However, she seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at the abyss girl with a smile. "If I remember correctly, Master doesn't seem to like flat chests either." Boom! This sentence was like an atomic bomb exploding in the abyss girl's ears, and her body began to tremble slightly. How is that possible? Master loves me the most," she hurriedly explained. "You?" Ling Yu stared at the abyss girl with a look that said, "Keep pretending." The abyss girl was very guilty, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, you're my enemy. Why do I have to talk nonsense with you? Hand over your life." She casually pulled out a black sword from the darkness and slashed it toward her. Ling Yu was not to be outdone, and she immediately swung her demon god saber. "I should be the one saying that. Take this." After saying this, the two of them began to fight. In the end, they both threw away their weapons and began to fight each other. Meanwhile, the top-tier abyss creatures, Tang Xiaoyuan, Tang Xiaojia, and Tian Rurushua all stared blankly at the two girls. So why were they talking so much nonsense before? No, they were on the battlefield now. The abyssal creatures roared in unison and pounced toward the girls. Tian Rurushua pursed her lips in disdain as she held an icy blue spear in her hand. "Ganging up on us? Do you think we're easy to bully just because we're injured? Sisters, let's go." After saying this, she took the lead and charged forward. Some of the female soldiers who had mostly recovered roared to boost their morale, and they all rushed toward the abyssal creatures. The black mass of abyssal creatures and the girls began to tussle. This kind of battle is so indecent. Tang Xiaojia shook her head. At this moment, a huge bat attacked her from behind. She didn't even look back as she swung her hand behind her. PFFF. The bat was instantly killed by that slap. What's so indecent about it? You actually care about this kind of thing? Tang Xiaoyuan said to Tang Xiaojia as she smashed a large number of abyssal creatures with her hammer. Tang Xiaojia tore a gorlock to shreds with her bare hands as she looked at Tang Xiaoyuan indifferently. "None of your business." "I like to care." Tang Xiaoyuan said as she smashed a bunch of abyssal creatures to death. Tang Xiaojia pursed her lips. How's your recovery? She suddenly asked. Tang Xiaoyuan shook her head. I've recovered half of it, but I haven't fully recovered. Tang Xiaojia frowned slightly as she looked at Tang Wulin kneeling on a meteorite in the distance. She was slightly stunned as if she had noticed something. Could it be that Big brother, could it be that you want to... What Tang Xiaojia had noticed, Tang Xiaoyuan had also noticed. Tang Xiaojia patted Tang Xiaoyuan's shoulder and sighed lightly as she said calmly, This order is already a dead man. Chapter 90. Why do I feel that this universe is unimaginably big? The 37th Universe Master said, shocked. This is true. In the past, my consciousness could easily envelop the universe I manage. Why does this universe make me feel like I've entered a vast ocean? The ruler of the 3000th universe took a deep breath. How big is this universe? The paragon of Universe XXX was on the verge of going crazy. Maybe it's infinitely big. The 4th Universe Master, who hadn't shown up, suddenly said. What? All the Universe Masters present were shocked. Don't be so surprised, the 4th Universe Master said indifferently. This was originally the 10th universe. The 10th universe? The 100th Universe Master, male, was shocked. So that's how it is. The 250th Universe Master, a little boy less than 12 years old, said, patting his head. The 10th universe. And it makes sense. The 32nd Universe Master, an old man, said. Anything can happen in that person's universe. The silver-haired girl with an eye patch, who is also the ruler of the 9th universe, sighed. So what do we do now? The 12th Universe Master, a man in green clothes, said. What else can we do? Do you want to find him to reason with? The 15th Universe Master, a white-robed scholar, said, Well, forget it. The 12th Universe Master said, embarrassed. Everyone, go back to your homes. According to my speculations, this infinitely large universe is likely to be formed by all our universes joining together. So, in fact, everyone's universes are still there, but now we all live in the same universe. Disperse, said the mysterious paragon of the 4th universe. The universe rulers looked at each other, then went back to their own places. Only one person remained, and that was the 4th Universe Master. He slowly took off the hood of his black robe, revealing a beautiful face that could make the universe fall head over heels. It turned out to be a young girl. She seemed to be less than 16 years old, with long silver hair hanging down her back. Her eyes were silver, and her skin was as white as Rushiu's. It looked smooth and elastic. Origin, is it really you? She said to herself, looking in a direction. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through every corner of this infinite universe. There are more and more women around you. She sighed. If I had known this would happen, I would have pushed you down long ago when we were creating universes, planes, and living beings together. She then put on a smile that made the entire universe pale in comparison, and Tang Wuling's appearance slowly appeared on her hand. I see. Is this what you look like now? She smiled, and the deep love in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Her lips moved slightly, and she slowly pressed them on Tang Wuling's lips. You will be mine sooner or later. At the same time, a massive infinity symbol that was identical to Tang Wuling's slowly appeared behind her back, and it was exuding an unfathomable light like a band. Tang Wulin looked at the glowing ball of light in his hand. Inside the ball of light, tiny light particles could be seen with the naked eye. Now, all the origins of the universes have been fused together by me. So this 10th universe. No, I should call it the infinite universe now. Hiss. Tang Wulin's body suddenly trembled, and he subconsciously looked in a direction. What was that feeling just now? Phew. He exhaled. It was nothing. It must have been an illusion. He casually tore, and a pitch-black crack appeared in front of him. He threw the new origin of the universe into it. The pitch-black crack slowly closed. He smiled faintly. Since all the universes have been fused together, it proved that those universe dominators were also here. It was a little troublesome. Yuhao, Xiao Yao, A burst of voices sounded instantly. Tang Wulin's body trembled slightly. He had almost forgotten that there was a group of bigger trouble behind him. How should he send away those girls who came to save him? Especially Rushue and the others. But speaking of which, they were the ones who drove him away before. At this moment, something seemed to have happened to his body. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. He suddenly found that his hands had become a little transparent and were slowly disintegrating. The parts that were disintegrating turned into little spots of light and drifted away. Tang Wulin frowned slightly. Had it begun? Was it going to start disintegrating now? Tang Xiaojie and Tang Xiaoyuan were faster than everyone else, and they were behind him in an instant. Yuhao. Tang Xiaoyuan was the first to pounce on him, wanting to give him a chest hug, but she went through his body in an instant. She was stunned. Even Tang Xiaojie, who was next to her, narrowed his eyes. Even the people behind him stopped. Yuhao, Tang Xiaoyuan and Tang Xiaojie covered their mouths, trying to calm themselves down. Has it already begun? Tang Wulin seemed to be very calm, as if he had already known. Tang Wulin looked at his body, slowly disappearing, and felt a little helpless. Is it really that fast? He had just reached a new level. Let me see what kind of tricks this level has. Yuhao, what's wrong with you? Tang Xiaojie wanted to grab his hand, but it went through his hand and grabbed a handful of air. What the hell is going on? Tang Xiaoyuan wanted to touch Tang Wulin's face, but just like Tang Xiaojie, her hand went through Tang Wulin's face. Now, Tang Wulin was like a soul without a body. It was as if he could disappear at any time. No, impossible. You're Xiaoyao. You'll be fine, right? Rushue and the others quickly came over. She wanted to hold Tang Wulin's arm, but what she held was air. Dad, you'll be fine. Dad is the strongest person in the universe. Nothing will happen to you. Tian Ruashue had been trying hard to keep a smile on her face, because her father hated to see her cry. However, she really couldn't hold it in anymore. Daji, Qiu Mingwei, and the other girls silently surrounded Tang Wulin. Although they didn't say anything, one could tell from their expressions how worried they were. You'll have to pay a price when you gain power. Is this the price you have to pay? Monkey King stepped on a colorful cloud and instantly appeared in front of Tang Wulin. He carefully looked at Tang Wulin, who was gradually fading away, and said, Tang Wulin didn't say anything. Looks like I'm right. Why do you have to do this? In order to gain power, you're even willing to give up your body? Monkey King looked at him with a questioning gaze. Tang Wulin smiled slightly, and his brain connected with Monkey King's brain. Tang Wulin's voice echoed in Monkey King's brain. You're still talking about me? Didn't you also cause havoc in the Earth Immortal Realm for Zixia? If I'm not wrong, Zixia's death should have been caused by the Heavenly Palace and the Spirit Mountain. At that time, the Heavenly Palace and the Spirit Mountain allied together to force you. Stop. Don't say it out loud. Monkey King suddenly used telepathy to interrupt Tang Wulin's words. He looked a little embarrassed, as if there was a dark history that he didn't want to reveal. TSK, you and I are the same. You and I both have a lot of love debts that are difficult to repay, but mine is even more than yours. Tang Wulin's voice was very teasing. TSK, that's because you've lived much longer than me. Monkey King curled his lips and said, No, you and I are actually about the same age. Do you know that? Tang Wulin said to Monkey King very seriously. Monkey King fell into silence and stared blankly at Tang Wulin for a long time. At this time, even the telepathy was cut off by him. Is your current appearance okay? Zhuang Zhou rode the cosmic leviathan to Tang Wulin. At least my life is not important. It's just that I may have to stay in the soul form for a long time. Tang Wulin looked at his completely transparent body and said, Woo woo woo. The cosmic leviathan's body swayed left and right, as if it wanted to shake Zhuang Zhou off. Zhuang Zhou knew what was going on, so he cooperated and left the cosmic leviathan's body. Woo! The cosmic leviathan, note, it's a miniature version, only 6 meters in size, wanted to lean its face on Tang Wulin, but it went through. Woo woo woo! The cosmic Leviathan looked up to the sky and let out a long cry, as if it was sad and sad. At this time, a drop of tear finally fell from its big round eyes. As soon as the tear fell, it turned into a crystal clear blue pearl. Everyone, listen to me tell a story. There's a saying in the cultivation world: a tear of the Leviathan is like a holy object. It can cure all poisons and never die. The general meaning is that the tear of the Leviathan is a very precious holy object. It can quickly cure all poisons and cultivate a body that is immune to all poisons. It also has the terrifying effect of immortality. Of course, immortality here is actually an infinite lifespan. It is not really immortality. Even if you take the tear of the Leviathan and have an eternal lifespan, although time can't do anything to you, you can still be killed by others. However, this still can't change that the tear of the Leviathan is a holy object coveted by all the cultivators in the cultivation world. Let alone the cultivators, even the immortals in the immortal world covet it. Although immortals also have an eternal lifespan, the tear of the Leviathan actually has the effect of improving cultivation and Taoist heart. As for how much it can improve, it depends on your luck. According to rumors, there was once an ordinary person who, by chance, saved a Koan that was on the verge of death. In order to repay him, the Koan shed a tear for him. That ordinary person drank the tear of the Koan and instantly ascended into the sky, becoming an immortal. Since this rumor spread, the cultivation world at that time ushered in a storm of Leviathan hunting. All the major sects in the cultivation world sent out the strongest cultivators to hunt down the Leviathan, which was originally a rare race in the world. Some people succeeded in capturing them, but how could it be so easy to make a Leviathan cry? Because if it was not sincerely moved, the Leviathan would not leave behind the holy object, the tear of the Leviathan. Those major sects used torture and many other methods. The Leviathan did cry, but it was not the tear of the Leviathan, but ordinary tears. This big event was called the Age of Leviathan Hunting by the cultivators. Speaking of the Age of Leviathan Hunting, I have to add a digression. With the passing of the Age of Leviathan Hunting, the Leviathan in the cultivation world was almost extinct. This also led to the cultivation world being punished by the heavenly Tao, which damaged the Tao of the cultivation world. Since then, no one could become an immortal. Even if you were a peerless genius, it was difficult to become an immortal in that era. This was the reason why the heavenly Tao punished the cultivation world. That era was called the Age of Dharma Ending. As for Tang Wuling, also known as Xiao Yao, he had witnessed everything. From a beginning to the end of the Dharma Age, a total of several billion years had passed. Although several billion years was just a grain of sand in his eyes, when he first came to the immortal cultivation world, the heaven and earth had just been formed. The rotten idea of reincarnation and space-time made the immortal cultivation world turn back time to the beginning of the primordial age. At that time, he was the only living creature in the heaven and earth. More importantly, he did not even have a physical body at that time. He could only maintain the shape of a ball of light. He silently chose a mountain peak and quietly waited there. After a long time, he had seen too many things. Whether it was the birth of the first living creature, the birth of the demonic beast, the birth of the human race, or the birth of the first immortal, he silently watched as a bystander. During this time, many people were very curious about the mountain peak he was at, because the spiritual energy density of his mountain peak was the densest in the entire cultivation world, and even the immortal world could not compare to his mountain peak. Many people thought that there was a treasure in the mountain. However, in the end, the mountain Xiaoyao was what was called the first forbidden area of the cultivation world and was named the Xiaoyao Mountain Range. Why did the Xiaoyao Mountain Range become the first forbidden area? Because anyone who went to that mountain with bad intentions would die. No matter how high your cultivation was, even if you were an immortal, as long as you had bad intentions, you would not be able to come out after going in. Only those who were recognized by the mountain range could go in. Anyone who went in and came out would obtain a very great fortune. and some would even obtain a great opportunity to become an immortal. As time passed, some people also discovered that every 1,000 years, the Shaoyao mountain range would take the initiative to open up. At that time, no matter whether you had bad intentions or not, you could go in and look for opportunities. These things were all done by Shaoyao. Of course, he did not do it out of kindness. He was just bored. Anyone who was recognized by him had the right to meet him. He could personally teach the person who was recognized by him for a period of time, and the person had to pay the price of agreeing to come back and visit him when he became an immortal. If he went back on his words, Shaoyao would kill the person who violated the agreement. It could be said that Shaoyao had always stayed in the Shaoyao mountain range and had never gone out. However, he did not go out. With just a thought, he knew what was going on in the world. However, it was not that he did not go out, but it was just a trace of his primordial spirit that was attached to someone's body to wander around. His days were also quite carefree like Shaoyao. Until the age of chaos came, Shaoyao couldn't bear to see the immortal cultivation world go to ruin. So he decided to come out personally to save the immortal cultivation world. This is all old news, so let's not talk about it for now. It's useless, little Kuan. Your tear of Kuan may be effective for others who have lost their physical bodies, but it can't condense a physical body for me. My current realm has very high requirements for a physical body. Although your tear of Kuan is a sacred object, it can't condense a physical body for me. Tang Wulin smiled faintly. He wanted to touch the smooth head of the Kuan of the universe, but he touched the air. He was now in a spiritual body and could not touch a physical body. Tang Wulin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could not even touch it. Yuhao, hang in there. Tell us, is there any way to save you? Tang Xiaojie held back his tears and wanted to grab Yuhao's hand, but he kept grabbing the air. Way, in my current state, unless I can find a perfect physical body that is 100% compatible with me, or you can help me find a perfect physical body, I can only wait for 2 or 3 or 10 years. Then I can condense a physical body on my own, but I can't wait that long. Tang Wulin said very calmly. Then we will help you find. Before Tang Xiaoyuan could finish her words, Tang Wulin interrupted her. Where are you going to find it? My current cultivation requires a very high level of physical body. I'm afraid that even if you search the entire new universe, you won't find a second physical body like mine. Then what should we do? Do you want us to wait 3 or 10 years for you? It's been more than 10,000 years. I don't want to wait anymore. I still have a lot to say to you. Su Yunhan clenched his fists and said to Tang Wulin indifferently, Then you can say it now. Tang Wulin looked at him with a faint smile. Su Yunhan looked at his smile and could not help but take a step back. At this time, his back was particularly numb. What kind of aura was this? Just a trace of it made him tremble and uneasy. He could not be blamed for having such thoughts. This was the effect of his father's bloodline. No matter how strong Su Yunhan was, he was still Tang Wulin's child. This was a fact that could not be changed. Under normal circumstances, children would have a trace of reverence for their father. And now, Su Yunhan was in such a situation. I'm sorry, I wronged you. Su Yunhan spat out such a sentence shyly. He wanted to add the word father, but just as it was about to come out of his mouth, he could not say it. Tang Wuling smiled and reached out to pat him, but he looked down at his own illusionary hand and heaved a faint sigh. Child, you don't need to apologize. This is not your fault. Or to set a trap for you. This was also unexpected. It's not your fault. Su Yunhan lowered his head and clenched his hands tightly. Mother was killed by him, but I became his tool. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed. He also received his retribution, didn't he? Tang Wulin said to him, but I want him to atone for his sins with his death. Su Yunhan said through gritted teeth, Don't let anger blind your mind, child. You're not that kind of person. Don't let yourself become such a person. Su Yunhan repressed his own fury as he turned to Tang Wuling. Thank, Father. He wanted to say those 2 words, but they were stuck in his throat, and he was unable to utter them. Tang Wulin smiled faintly. He wanted to pat his head, but he could not even touch it. I'll go with Slayer God and the others to find a suitable body for you. Su Yunhan stuttered because he was too nervous. There's no need. I can wait. In 3 to 5 years, I can condense a perfect body on my own. Moreover, there are probably very few people in this universe who can support my body. Are you going to let us leave you alone? I can't do it. I'll communicate with those fellows in the Origin Realm and ask them for help, Tang Xiaojia said agitatedly. Wait. Xiaoer, don't go. Don't make things difficult for them. I'm afraid they don't know what to do either. Tang Walin, in his spiritual form, stood in front of Tang Xiaojia and said, Are you going to let us leave you alone? Rushua looked at Tang Walin and said anxiously, I've already said that I won't die at all. I can condense my body back in a few years. Now, can you find me a host body? Tang Walin said. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. This meant that they had to find a sacred item that could contain his soul. That way, Tang Walin could live in it temporarily. The girls immediately began to search their bodies to see if they had any sacred items. How about my holy magic crystal ball? Xiao Minghua walked out with her crystal ball and said calmly. Barely. Tang Wuli nodded. Xiao Minghua was delighted. Then, Daji interrupted her when she was about to continue. Wait, Xiaoyao, come to my 17 spirit tree. She took out a small flower pot with a small tree in it. The small tree emitted a strange aura. Oh, this is not bad. Tang Wuli nodded. Daji looked at Xiao Minghua proudly. Xiao Minghua pouted. The elf princess held her scepter and looked at Tang Wulin. Teacher, if you don't mind, how about the nature gem on my elf scepter? Nature gem? Are you serious? Tang Wulin looked at her and said, The elf princess nodded. How about my sword? Jian Sanshin pulled out her sword and said. Elite Qi exploded. The others quickly stood in front of Tang Wulin to prevent the Qi from hurting Tang Wulin's soul. Sanshin, although the heaven and earth sword is good, I can't live in it. Also, the Qi of the heaven and earth sword is harmful to my soul. You're too much. Tang Wulin said with a bitter smile. Oh, sorry. Jian Sanshin put away the heaven and earth sword in disappointment. How about the Four Seasons roulette? Tian Ruo Rushue took out a roulette and said. The roulette was divided into 4 fan-shaped regions. Each region had a different color: green, red, orange, and blue. This thing, you carry it with you? Tang Wulin was shocked. What else? Of course, it's safest to carry such a precious thing with you, Rushua said. Mountain River map? How about it? Monkey King took out a scroll and said. This. Tang Wulin was stunned. He looked at Monkey King with a teasing expression. Not bad. Little monkey, you can even get something that belongs to Nuwa. It seems that the relationship between you two... Blah blah. Stop. Don't tell anyone. Monkey King said hurriedly. It seemed that there was some secret that couldn't be told. If the Mountain River map doesn't work, this should work, right? Monkey King took out another map. Not bad. Tai Chi diagram. Isn't this the elderly lord's? And how did you steal it out of her boudoir? You're not mistaken. He said in a low voice, so low as to be heard by both of them, laughing. Monkey King blushed and said angrily, Can you stop talking? Tang Wulin had a mischievous look on his face. What are you talking about? Tang Xin came in front of Monkey King and asked. Nothing, Monkey King said. All right, in that case, I'll be lodging in your mountain and river map for the time being. Tang Wulin didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before another female voice rang out. No need to go through so much trouble. I've already formed a physical body for you. Origin. Chapter 91. At a depth of 100 meters in the lake. What's going on? Where is she? Tang Wulin wondered to himself. Could it be that she was still sinking deeper into the lake? Why would she jump into the lake for no reason? Could it be that she had broken up with her boyfriend? Hee, you really do have a rich imagination. Tang Wulin. A heavenly voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Tang Wulin shuddered, and he turned around with an astonished expression. He was then completely entranced by the peerless young woman who was like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She was so beautiful. Even though Tang Wulin had seen many beautiful women in his life and had seen Gu Yu's true appearance, he had to admit that the young woman before him was truly beautiful to the extreme. Every single aspect of her had reached his ideal of perfection. This young woman was the first one who had made his heart flutter from the very beginning. Even if it was Gu Yu, their feelings for each other would grow over time. However, this young woman had captured his heart as soon as they had met, yet he couldn't even think of profaning her. It was as if she were a holy and inviolable being. Tang Wulin hurriedly repressed the ripples in his heart. This young woman really was a source of calamity. No, calling her a source of calamity was no longer enough to describe her. Hold on. Did she just call my name? She knows me? Tang Wulin stared at this peerless young woman with a stunned expression. Her long white hair was waving in the water, and she was able to remain so calm and collected in this radiation-filled lake. She was no ordinary person. You, young mistress, do you know me? Tang Wulin did his best to calm himself down before communicating with her using his spiritual power. I do. Of course I do. You're the double champion of the Star Battlenet, the Major General of the Blood God Legion, and Shrek's son, Shrek 7. Do you want me to continue? The young woman replied. She was struck by the urge to burst into laughter at the sight of Tang Wulin's astonishment and gradually darkening expression. Looks like even Wulin can't recognize me now. Don't look at me like that. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already been dead. Even old Tang in your body can't protect you. The girl said with a smile. What? You? Tang Wulin's body trembled uncontrollably. Old Tang was his biggest secret, and he had never told anyone about it. He didn't even mention it to his brother. More importantly, he had put on a disguise. How could she see through his disguise with a single glance? He suddenly felt that he had no secrets in front of this girl. An emotion called fear began to spread in his heart. The strength of the girl in front of him was beyond his imagination. She could even sense old Tang's presence. Even the former pavilion master of Poseidon, Yun Ming, could not sense old Tang's presence. This only proved that the girl in front of him was stronger than Yun Ming. He was even stronger than old Tang. Huh, look at how scared you are. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, who knows how many times you would have died. The young girl covered her mouth and laughed. Then, he waved his hand casually. Tang Wulin suddenly felt something. He opened his mouth and breathed in. He found that he could breathe underwater. This proved that he could speak underwater. What kind of ability was this? It was beyond his imagination. Tang Wulin tried to remain calm. Who are you? Why do you know so much about me? Why did you lure me here? I didn't expect you to be so smart. You actually knew that I lured you here? As expected of. The girl was silent for 2 seconds. Then, she said something that shocked him. My little brother. Yes, this girl was the female version of Tang Wulin. Who else could she be? Tang Wulin stuttered. What? You haven't seen me for a year, and you've already forgotten about me? Even if I'm a girl now, Wulin, you can't recognize me? I feel so bad. Tang Wulin put on a sad expression. You're really my brother? Tang Wulin obviously didn't believe it. Do you want me to tell you how many times you peed on the bed when you were young? Tang Wulin said with a smile. No need. I believe you. Tang Wulin hurriedly nodded and said, That's right. Tang Wulin said with a smile. Are you really my brother? Tang Wulin came in front of her and looked at her carefully. I told you. Yes, it's the real deal. Although I'm temporarily a girl because of some things, I'm still your brother. Tang Wulin said angrily. You took out a necklace. Tang Wulin was stunned. That necklace was exactly the same as the ice crystal necklace that his brother gave him. Brother, it's really you. Tang Wulin really believed it now. He rushed overexcitedly to hug Tang Wulin. It's been a year. His brother had been missing for a year. Now he's actually back. Ever since the academy was destroyed, his brother went missing. However, he knew his brother's strength. He definitely wouldn't have met with any mishap. He always believed that his brother must still be alive. It must be because of some things that he couldn't come back. Wait, Before Tang Wulin could finish speaking, her soft body was hugged by Tang Wulin. That soft and fragrant body immediately made Wulin's blood boil. Tang Wulin hurriedly shook his head and threw away all distracting thoughts. He hurriedly let go of his hands. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean it. In his heart, he was thinking so soft, especially those two in front of her chest. Tang Wulin's face was a little gloomy. It was obvious that she heard his thoughts. Fortunately, it was Wulin. Otherwise, if it was someone else, she might have already killed that person. She smiled slightly. It's okay. You're my brother. I don't blame you. She lifted her foot and touched Wulin's head. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin with a look of surprise on his face. Are you talking about this female body? It's temporary. After a few years, I'll be able to recover my previous body. Tang Wulin said. Then, that means I shouldn't call you brother now. It should be sister. Tang Wulin said with a smile. Don't. I'm wrong, brother. Tang Wulin said with a bag on his head. That's right. Isn't it nice to call you brother? Why do you have to call me sister? Tang Wulin squinted his eyes and said with a smile. TSK. After brother became sister, his heart seemed to be extremely black-bellied. Is this an attribute that comes with it? Tang Wulin thought. Tang Wulin glared at him. Tang Wulin immediately threw away all his thoughts. The current brother is so scary. He can actually see through my thoughts in an instant. Do you know why I led you into the lake? Tang Wulin suddenly said with an incomparably serious tone. Tang Wulin was stunned. Why? Because I want to clean up the radiation below. Although brother can easily clean it up with your current strength, if you do that, you'll lose a good fortune. Tang Wulin said. Good fortune? What good fortune? Tang Wulin asked. You'll know when you go down. Remember to release the aura of the seed of life at the end. Tang Wulin said. But Tang Wulin still wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin interrupted him. No buts, go down. Otherwise, you will miss that opportunity. Oh, okay. Tang Wulin could only swim down obediently. Anyway, brother won't harm me. After diving for about 300 meters, Tang Wulin felt a slight itch between his eyebrows. A green light shot out and landed at the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, a light shadow also drilled out from between Tang Wulin's eyebrows. This was a green vine, and it burrowed directly into the bottom of the lake. Tang Wulin then sensed that there was no end to it, and it continued to surge out of his glabella toward the bottom of the lake. Tang Wulin was immediately struck by a sense of being completely drained of energy. His soul core and dragon core were both vibrating violently, and they were releasing the purest energy within his body in an uncontrollable manner, injecting it into the vine. Some changes began to take place at the bottom of the lake. As the seed of life settled down, faint green light gradually began to emanate from the bottom of the lake. As soon as the green light appeared, the destructive energy in the surrounding area immediately began to surge, and the natural destructive aura naturally rejected the life force energy. Soon, a deep purple vortex took shape at the spot where the seed of life had taken root. However, what was quite peculiar was that after the purple vortex appeared, the bottom of the lake where the seed of life had taken root became even greener. The faint purple energy was being devoured by the seed of life, and it was slowly being consumed. Was the seed of life devouring the destructive radiation? Tang Wulin was ecstatic to see this, and he injected his own soul power into the seed of life to assist it with his mysterious heaven method. Gradually, he began to feel feeble, but right at this moment, a peculiar phenomenon took place within the Poseidon Lake. In Tang Wulin's senses, the rich water elements began to fluctuate, and the tiny specks of blue light that he could only sense with his spiritual sense began to slowly converge into larger specks of blue light. At this point, they were already visible to the naked eye, and they surged toward the seed of life. The nourishment from the water elements made the seed of life become even greener. All of a sudden, Tang Wulin's glabella shuddered, and he felt as if something had struggled free from his body. Immediately thereafter, his fifth greenish-golden soul ring instantly dimmed and became illusionary, as if it could vanish at any moment. Right before Tang Wulin's eyes, the green color at the bottom of the lake suddenly became translucent, as if it were a massive emerald. Deep within the emerald was a faint golden seed that was pulsing gently like a heart, and it was giving off extremely rich life force energy. With each release of life force energy, a large amount of the destructive energy in the surrounding area would be devoured and absorbed, and the green color would become even more pronounced. It had taken root. It had taken root. The seed of life had taken root here. Tang Wulin was stunned to see this, but he was then elated to see this. He wasn't dejected by the fact that it was very likely that he would lose his fifth soul skill. The seed of life taking root was extremely important, and it could be said that this was a crucial step in rebuilding the Shrek Academy. With the seed of life, the Shrek Academy would have a foundation and a core. Tang Wulin stared at the seed of life in silence, while injecting his own energy into it with all his might. Even though he was already beginning to feel rather feeble, he didn't falter for even a single moment. The light emanating from the seed of life became brighter and brighter, and the tip of the seed gradually split open, following which a tiny green sprout emerged from the soil. Surrounded by countless streams of destructive energy, the green sprout emerged from the soil and swayed gently in the water. In the instant that it appeared, all of the destructive energy within a radius of 100 meters suddenly surged toward the seed of life. Tang Wulin was given quite a fright by this, and he wanted to stop this, but he didn't know how to do so. Right at this moment, a layer of green light erupted from the seed of life, and as soon as the destructive energy came into contact with the green light, it transformed into a part of the green light before being guided into the seed of life's roots, then burrowing deep into the soil. What was this? Was this life force conversion? Was it converting destructive energy into life force energy? How impressive! As expected of the seed of life, as it absorbed this destructive energy, the seed of life began to grow at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a small tree that was around 3 feet tall. There were 7 strips of paper on the tree, and each strip of paper had 7 leaves. The entire tree was of a translucent green color. It was imbued with rich life force energy. Right at this moment, the branch at the very top of the seed of life suddenly moved. Immediately thereafter, a small flower bloomed on that strip of paper. The flower was golden in color, and the surrounding lake water was instantly stained with golden light. The flower bud bloomed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was in full bloom. Tang Wulin couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. Had the seed of life bloomed? Before he had a chance to be even more astonished, the golden flower petals suddenly drifted away from the seed of life. In the place where the flower had once been, a golden fruit had silently grown. The golden fruit flew directly toward Tang Wulin, and right as he looked on in a flabbergasted manner, the fruit suddenly exploded into a puff of golden liquid that flowed into his body through his orifices. Tang Wulin was instantly struck by an indescribable fragrance that spread throughout his entire body. All of his previous feebleness and exhaustion instantly vanished, and he even felt as if his life force had been elevated to a whole new level. Even the final 7 seals of the Golden Dragon King seemed to have become more stable. What was this? Tang Wulin stared at his translucent skin, and he was momentarily at a loss as to what had just happened. In the next instant, a golden seed silently appeared at the spot where the golden fruit had exploded. Compared to the original seed of life, it appeared to be slightly smaller, only about 1/3 the size of the original seed of life. However, in the instant that it appeared, it transformed into a streak of golden light that disappeared into Tang Wulin's glabella. Go, my child. Through the life bond, you'll be able to transfer your life force energy to me at any time. I'll have to rely on your power to revive my life force. A burst of gentle energy transformed into a golden halo that enshrouded Tang Wulin's body, and it slowly rose up toward the surface of the lake. Tang Wulin's heart was filled with astonishment. Was this the power of the seed of life? Could it communicate with him now? He wanted to say something to the seed of life, but the connection between them had been severed. As he departed, the fruit disappeared, and the tree of life that had just sprouted clearly dimmed slightly. Tang Wulin suddenly appeared behind Tang Wulin, and a gratified smile appeared on his face at the sight of Tang Wulin. The life praise had succeeded. Now, Wulin's life force energy was close to that of a god. Furthermore, that fruit of life, the seed of life, sure knew how to hold back. Big brother. Tang Wulin reflexively wanted to call Tang Wulin big sister, but he hurriedly changed his mind. You scare me to death. Otherwise, I would have to eat another punch from my brother. He really couldn't understand. His physical body was already terrifying to a certain extent, so why was it that his brother's punches, which felt so soft and weak, could casually give him a bump on his head? Just how powerful was Big Brother's body? Young man, it's so powerful that you can't even imagine it. Let's go back to land, right? Don't think too much about it. I know you want to rebuild Shrek, but we'll have to do it one step at a time. Let's go. Tang Wulin urged. Got it. Tang Wulin nodded. By the way, Big Brother, how do I tell others about our relationship? This. Dance Spirit faltered upon hearing this. She had never thought about this before. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed and said, Sigh, just call me Big Sister. Huh, but Tang Wulin still wanted to say something, but Tang Wulin waved a hand to cut him off. Tang Wulin patted Tang Wulin's head and said, It's all right. You're my little brother, so I don't mind. From now on, I'm your big sister, Tang Wulin. Big Brother. You're still calling me Big Brother? Big Sister. That's more like it. After they emerged from the water, they discovered that Long Yushue was engaged in battle with a massive black cat on the shore. That black cat was clearly a martial soul true body. These soul power fluctuations indicate that it's a soul sage. Tang Wulin exclaimed as he appraised the black cat. Long Yushue is no match for it. I have to help her. Tang Wulin immediately rushed forward. Hey, wait. Before Tang Wulin had a chance to finish his sentence, Tang Wulin had already rushed forward. Sigh. Young man. Tang Wulin heaved a forlorn sigh. That's your classmate. Furthermore, she's a descendant of the Dai family. So, in terms of seniority, she's our junior. Let me see how long you can last. The black cat pounced toward Long Yushue like lightning, and its front paws suddenly swelled to massive proportions while its body instantly turned transparent to evade one of Long Yushue's ice spears. The massive cat paw reached Long Yushue in the blink of an eye before crashing directly toward her shoulder. At this point, Long Yushue had already released her suit of two-word battle armor, but judging from the power of the cat paw, her suit of battle armor most likely wouldn't be able to withstand it if it were to land a direct hit. Right at this moment, golden light flashed, and a tall and broad figure appeared in front of Long Yushue. Bam! The cat paw came crashing down viciously upon the golden figure, but the golden figure only swayed slightly before stabilizing itself, and it was like a barrier that stood in the way of the black cat. The person standing in front of Long Yushue was naturally none other than Tang Wulin. At this moment, he was staring intently at the black cat with narrowed eyes and spread open his arms by his sides. Faint golden light revolved around his body. This was a powerful being. Tang Wulin had no choice but to take this seriously. Yushue, stand down. Tang Wulin instructed in a serious voice. All right, Long Yushue replied. She then backed away after that. The black cat only paused momentarily before pouncing toward Tang Wulin like lightning. Its front paws instantly conjured up countless claw projections, and Tang Wulin was completely unable to see the trajectory of its attacks. All he could sense was that his body had been completely enveloped by its attacks. The cat paws were extremely sharp. The sharp blades were flashing with light. Tang Wulin let loose a low roar as he stepped forward with his left foot and launched his right fist through the air. Tang Wulin's fist didn't even exude any imposing aura, but in the black cat's senses, This fist was like a shooting star, and the terrifying pressure emanating from it made even her soul tremble. Her cat paws might not be able to truly defeat her opponent, but it was undoubtedly the case that she would definitely die an extremely gruesome death if she were to be struck by this fist. As such, in this critical moment, the black cat suddenly withdrew its claws, and its body flipped through the air in an extremely agile manner. A dark light appeared in the air above Tang Wulin's fist, but it didn't collide with his fist. However, this streak of light was able to slice through the pressure emanating from Tang Wulin's fist, and the black cat's body instantly became illusionary before disappearing in a flash. In the next instant, it appeared behind Tang Wulin before swiping both of its claws toward Tang Wulin's back. Regardless of whether it was her ability to adapt, her speed, or the use of her soul skills, all of them could be described as impeccable. With the enhancements from her martial soul true body, it was as if her attack were going to tear through the air. Even before the attack had struck, Tang Wulin was already experiencing sharp pain from the muscles on his back. Tang Wulin harumphed coldly, and the muscles on his back abruptly bulged as a series of diamond-shaped scales appeared. He didn't even turn around as he abruptly leaned backward. He was using his body as a weapon to crash directly toward his opponent. This wasn't a tactic that he was accustomed to. Instead, he had learned it from a Ruhung. The body sect had always used their bodies as weapons, and any part of their bodies could become a part of their weapons. The black cat clearly didn't think that Tang Wulin would do something like this, and, on this occasion, she didn't take any evasive measures. She also wanted to see what gave him the courage to use his back to take her attack head-on. However, in the instant that her attack was about to land, someone suddenly appeared between them. It was an exquisitely beautiful young woman whose beauty made heaven and earth pale in comparison. Even the black cat and Long Yushue were rooted to the spot upon seeing her. How could there be such a beautiful young woman in this world? Both of them thought that they were already very beautiful, but in front of this young woman, they discovered that they didn't even deserve to be called beautiful. Her long white hair draped down her back in an extremely seductive manner, and it was as if she could attract the attention of any man or woman. She was wearing a pristine white feather dress, and her skin was so fair that it struck all women with envy. She was wearing a pair of white sandals, and she was hovering in midair only around 10 centimeters above the ground. She extended a hand to grab onto the black cat's paw, while her other hand grabbed onto the back of Tang Wulin's collar. "Take it back," the young woman said as she glanced at the black cat. In the next instant, the black cat's body shuddered, as if it had been subjected to some kind of pressure or command. She released her martial soul true body and reverted back to her black-haired young woman form. "You." The black-haired woman was astonished. She had reverted back to her human body from her martial soul true body with just one sentence. This young woman was truly terrifying. "And you, can you be quiet?" the young woman said as she released her grip on Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin turned toward her and scratched his head in an awkward manner. However, he was immediately rooted to the spot at the sight of the black-haired woman. The black-haired woman also faltered slightly upon seeing this. Who was he? Why did she feel like she had seen his aura somewhere before? Even though Tang Wulin's current appearance was in disguise, his aura was very difficult to disguise. Tang Wulin exclaimed in an astonished manner, "You're Wu Sidwa." The black-haired woman, no, Wu Sidwa, was stunned to hear this. He knew who she was. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A wry smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. He had almost forgotten that he was in disguise. His facial muscles squirmed, and he reverted back to his original appearance. Wu Sidwa stared at the handsome young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, and she was immediately rooted to the spot. "Tang Wulin, is that you? Are you really still alive?" "Yes, it's me." Tang Wulin's lips trembled slightly, and tears shone in his eyes. At the same time, his eyes were filled with indescribable joy. The Godslayer missile had destroyed the entire Shrek Academy, and he had thought that everyone aside from himself and Tang Wulin had perished. Never did he think that he would be able to see Wu Sidwa again on this very day. What could be more exciting than this? Wu Sidwa was still alive. She was actually still alive. Furthermore, she had become a seven-ring soul sage. Wu Sidwa suddenly let loose a loud cry as her body flashed, and she abruptly threw herself into Tang Wulin's arms. She screamed as she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and wound her long legs around his waist. She then bit down on his shoulder in a violent manner, and tears began to flow from her eyes as she sobbed loudly. Tang Wulin was afraid that his defenses would hurt her teeth, so he controlled his muscles to become more flexible as he wrapped his arms around Wu Sidwa's slender body. Of course, he was also filled with a myriad of emotions. There was nothing more exciting than a reunion after a calamity. At this moment, Long Yushua's emotions were also fluctuating violently as she sat in the soul car. Her mood had instantly soured at the sight of the long-legged young woman hugging Tang Wulin in such a peculiar manner. This clearly wasn't Tang Wulin's girlfriend. She had only caught a glimpse of Gu Yuna's appearance back in the abyssal passageway, but it had already been etched deeply into her mind. There was also the drawing that Tang Wulin had drawn of Gu Yu. She had never asked, but she knew that Tang Wulin's girlfriend was definitely one of those two women. Never did she think that she would encounter another one here. And judging from the intimacy they were displaying, their relationship seemed to be quite special as well. Also, the young girl who had stopped them from facing each other before was clearly related to Wulin in some way. She was also ridiculously beautiful. How were women supposed to live with themselves? Long Yushue was feeling rather indignant. It seemed that she had more competitors than she had anticipated, and each one of them was more exceptional than the last. This woman seemed to have twin martial souls. Judging from how excited they were, she was most likely also from a Shrek Academy. Could it be that she was also a member of the Shrek 7? No, she's just a student. Also, that young girl, she's staring straight at Tang Wulin. She's too beautiful, and she didn't even look to be 15 years old. Could it be that Wulin had a fetish for young women? You sure have a rich imagination. Her actual age is even greater than the entire universe. Tang Wulin suddenly turned toward Long Yushue. Huh. Long Yushue's heart jolted with shock. What was going on? Why did I feel like she had seen through my thoughts? This young woman was way too terrifying. Wu Sidwa said, "The Academy saved us." It was the Academy's formation. At the time, we were following Teacher Wu to the main campus to assist the outer court students in their cultivation. As you know, none of us left the Academy. Even though we could have graduated, we still chose to stay. We had already adapted to life in the Academy, and we loved everything about it. We didn't want to leave, so we decided to become Teacher Wu's teaching assistants. That day, disaster struck. The teachers of the Academy immediately reacted, and they activated the defensive formation of the Academy. It was said that the formation was a blueprint left behind by Yuhao's ancestor from 10,000 years ago, but due to the complexity of its construction, the formation was only able to unleash 10% of its power. When a Godslayer missile came crashing down, many of the teachers and elders burned their own life force to activate the formation, thereby buying us a minute of time. Only then did we find out that there had always been a refuge in the depths of the Academy. Did you know? We only had a minute. We only had a minute. But almost all of the teachers gave their students a chance to survive. The sanctuary could only accommodate a limited number of people. Adding on the protective barrier required a large amount of energy. We watched helplessly as the teachers set themselves on fire and turned into fireballs. Amidst the flames, they urged us to enter the shelter with a smile. At that time, we wanted to rush over, but Teacher Wu caught us and threw us into the sanctuary. Just as he was about to go back and assist the other teachers in igniting themselves, Teacher Wu. However, he was kicked into shelter by Elderly. Do you still remember Elderly? He was the same Elderly who was always smiling when we took the entrance exam. At the time, Elderly calmly told us that we were still young and that we were Shrek's hope. He told us to remember Shrek's traditions and the glory of every Shrek. It was the teachers who gave us a chance to survive. They did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves in that short period of time. They used the light of their lives to illuminate us. They used their actions to show us the spirit of Shrek. They were truly noble. They used the flames of their lives to illuminate our eyes and cleanse our hearts. Only 216 people managed to make it into the sanctuary in time, but Wu Zhongkong was the only teacher who managed to make it in. All of the other teachers and students who didn't make it into the sanctuary in time all died. They lived and died with Shrek. Wu Sidhua was sobbing uncontrollably at this point. Tang Wulin fell to his knees in the direction of the Poseidon Lake before kowtowing 3 times with tears streaming down his face. Long Yushue covered her mouth as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. This was Shrek. This was the spirit of the #1 academy in the world. Shrek's teachers used the flames of their lives to ignite the final radiance of Shrek Academy before it was destroyed. Even Long Yushue, who was an outsider, was completely moved by his words. This was Shrek. This was the Shrek Academy. All of the seniors around her had always held the Shrek Academy in high esteem, and there was no lack of graduates of the Shrek Academy in the Blood God Legion. Long Yushue had once thought that Shrek was just an academy. So what if it was powerful? However, only now did she truly understand that Shrek was no longer just an academy. Instead, it represented a type of spirit. It belonged to the spirit of Shrek. Tang Wulin stood off to the side with his eyes closed this entire time. You didn't disappoint. Meanwhile, in the infernal realm, what? You want me to reincarnate all of the people who sacrificed themselves in the Shrek Academy? Do you know what will happen if you do that? Do you know that you're violating the laws of the infernal realm? A black-haired woman grumbled. Answer me, Hades. Tang Wulin's voice suddenly sounded, and it was extremely authoritative. You? Hades was completely speechless. All right. I understand. I'll do it. I can't beat you in a fight, so I'll do it. Thank you. I'll be sure to repay you in the future. Tang Wulin's voice reverberated through the air again. Silence ensued for a long time. Hades sat on his throne in a daze. He's gone again, and now he owes me a favor? She slowly took out a piece of paper and saw the numbers 521, 1313 on it. Then there was a change. The last 3 suddenly became 4, and the numbers became 521, 1314, just like that. Owe me a favor? You'll return it to me in the future? You already owe me 5,211,314 favors. When have you ever paid me back? Hades' expression was unusually dejected. She clenched the paper in her hand tightly. You bastard. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. This is already the 5,211,314th tear I've shed for you, she said mournfully. Back to the Doa continent. Tang Wulin slowly opened his eyes and sighed. He didn't know if she saw through the secret message I gave her. However, with her intelligence, she shouldn't have thought of it, right? Sigh. I'll make it up to her in the future. Chapter 92. Wulin, let's spar, Wu Zhongkong suddenly said. Tang Wulin looked at him in surprise. Go. Don't. He wants to see how much you've grown, and at the same time, he wants everyone to know that you're back. Tang Wulin said as she nudged Tang Wulin. Okay. Tang Wulin nodded. He also wanted to know how strong he was now. Under Wu Zhongkong's lead, they soon arrived at a spacious hall. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen people sparring with each other and practicing combat. This was the largest area that Tang Wulin had seen in this sanctuary. It had a diameter of around 200 meters and a height of around 30 meters. The dome was perfectly curved, and it was obvious that it had been artificially created. To be able to build such a place hundreds of meters underground, one could imagine the huge cost and time involved. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Zhongkong clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the students who were practicing combat to him. Seeing Wu Zhongkong, the students' expressions became respectful, but when they saw Tang Wulin next to Wu Zhongkong, most of them became confused. The young people who appeared in front of them were younger than Tang Wulin, and most of them had never seen Tang Wulin before. But to them, this was definitely a stranger. This was the first time They had seen a stranger in more than a year. Wu Zhongkong said, "You can watch from afar and learn from us." Wu Zhongkong walked to one side of the hall. Without needing him to say anything, Tang Wulin naturally walked to the other side. In the distance, Tang Wulin was leisurely lying on a recliner, drinking fruit juice. He seemed to have no interest in the sparring between Wu Zhongkong and Tang Wulin. "Huh, beautiful lady, who are you?" A male student walked over and tried to strike up a conversation with Tang Wulin. "Scram." Only one word answered him, but this one word was like an order. The male student's body did not listen to him, and he really scrammed. He really wanted to scram. This scene made the other male students who wanted to strike up a conversation with her shiver. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to get close. He had no choice but to watch Tang Wulin's sparring session. After they left, an old figure appeared beside Tang Wulin. She looked like an old granny. "Senior, you're finally back," Long Night Moon said respectfully. "But I came back late." Shrek still couldn't avoid this calamity. Tang Wulin suddenly sat up and set aside the glass of fruit juice in her hand as she spoke in an indifferent voice. "Senior, where did you go during the year you disappeared? On top of that, she's become like this." Long Yeyue glanced at Tang Wulin. "I said that I was kidnapped by a group of gods and brought to the universe. Then another group of gods came to save me and fought with those gods. In the end, my body collapsed, and I can only move about in my current state. Do you believe me?" Tang Wulin said. Long Night Moon was silent for a moment. Finally, she nodded and said, "I believe you, because, Senior, you're a legendary existence." Tang Wulin smiled faintly. Then he picked up the juice and took a sip. "Now I'm back. I'll use my own methods to make those bastards who attack Shrek and the Tangmen regret living in this world. I'll let them know what it means to live and die." Tang Wulin's eyes flashed cunningly and viciously. It seemed like he had some bad ideas. Long Night Moon trembled. "Huh, Holy Ghost religion, Federation, and Pagoda. You brought this upon yourselves." Long Night Moon looked at the battle between Wu Zhongkong and Tang Wulin. "Senior, who do you think will win? I'm no longer interested in battles between mortals, but if we're talking about who has a higher chance of winning, I'd say it's 40 to 60, Tang Wulin said. Long Night Moon nodded. "I see. Wulin is only a soul sage, but little Zhongkong is already a titled Deluo and has a 3-word battle armor. Wulin is still too young and inexperienced. A 40% chance of winning is already very good." "What are you talking about?" Tang Wulin rolled his eyes. "Huh, did I say something wrong?" Long Night Moon was shocked. "Of course. Wu Zhongkong has a 40% chance of winning," Tang Wulin said. He lay down and closed his eyes to rest. This can't be, right?" Long Night Moon stared at Tang Wulin in shock. Clang! The golden light emanating from Tang Wulin's body instantly dimmed, and a layer of frost appeared over his body. Even the surrounding space was filled with a layer of powerful white energy, but Wu Zhongkong's body was still sent flying like a cannonball over 100 meters away. There was no doubt that Tang Wulin had been frozen by the Skyfrost Sword, but to the surprise of all of the spectators, the Heavenly Ice Deluo was sent flying by Tang Wulin's spear in a head-on clash. He's a soul sage. Teacher Wu is a titled Deluo. How is this possible? How can there be such a huge difference? Neither side was using their battle armor, and neither side was using their battle armor. How is this possible? Wu Sidua, Luo Guixing, Su Yuqing, Yang Yinxia, and Zheng Yiran were all dumbstruck. Is he even human? Their original confidence had completely vanished at this moment. Even when Wu Sidua had been suppressed by Tang Wulin outside, she had thought that her hell white tiger wouldn't be much weaker than Tang Wulin. But now, she had no choice but to face reality. Compared to Tang Wulin, she wasn't just a little bit weaker. The gap between them was as wide as a chasm. How did he become so powerful? If they had been in his place, would they have been able to block that spear? Wu Zhongkong had also undergone a transformation as he was sent flying. He had a wealth of battle experience. In the instant that he was sent flying, he knew that even though he was a titled Deluo, he was still far inferior to Tang Wulin in terms of strength. Furthermore, he had also been deeply stunned by Tang Wulin's blood-soul fusion skill. Even so, he wasn't flustered in the slightest. In the instant that he was sent flying, his seventh soul ring lit up. This was his martial soul, true body, Skyfrost. His entire body suddenly elongated, and when he was sent flying for over 100 meters, he was already 4 meters tall, while the Skyfrost sword in his hand had also expanded to 6 meters in length. Wu Zhongkong, who was floating in the air, looked like a white ice sculpture. His face could not be seen. The Skyfrost sword in his hand had also become completely pristine white. At the same time, Wu Zhongkong's 8th soul ring also lit up. His 8th soul ring flashed, and he raised the Skyfrost sword high into the air. Countless ice shards instantly shot forth, and in the instant that these ice shards blossomed, the temperature in the air plummeted. Even Tang Wulin shuddered involuntarily. This was the soul skill of Wu Zhongkong's 8th soul ring, Skyfrost Absolute Zero. Wu Zhongkong moved. In the air, he was still as carefree as ever. Even though he was like an ice statue, he still gave off a strange feeling. The ultra-low temperature of Absolute Zero was controlled by him within a small area. Suddenly, it condensed into an ice ball that met Tang Wulin's path of regal domination. Under Absolute Zero, the Skyfrost sword was invincible. Boom! The two collided. Everything was completed in an extremely short period of time. If it were an ordinary titled Soul Master, Dolo wouldn't have been able to unleash his martial soul true body and 8th soul skill consecutively in such a short period of time. However, Wu Zhongkong had managed to do just that. He had used his most powerful form to meet Tang Wulin's attack head-on. Tang Wulin, who had been resting in the distance, suddenly said, "Absolute Zero? You call this Absolute Zero? True Absolute Zero is much scarier than this. This temperature is only close to negative 150 degrees Celsius, which is close to ultimate ice." Long Night Moon, who was beside him, started to sweat. Do you think ultimate martial souls are very common? Even in this day and age, there are very few people with ultimate martial souls. Not to mention the extremely rare ultimate ice. It was under such circumstances that the collision occurred. In that instant, everyone seemed to be in a daze. In everyone's eyes, the white ice ball that Wu Zhongkong had transformed into was completely dyed by the golden light. The white ice ball was actually melting rapidly under the golden light. However, in the next instant, the ice ball suddenly exploded. Sword light shot out and scattered in the air. Ear-piercing sounds of collision could be heard. Terrifying energy undulations wreaked havoc throughout the entire sparring arena. Fortunately, the sparring arena's protective barrier had always been designed to deal with titled soul masters like Doloa. At this moment, the spectators couldn't even see what was happening inside. This was because the terrifying energy collided with the protective barrier. The barrier's light was too bright, and they couldn't see what was happening inside. The light continued to shine for a long time. Finally, the light screen gradually returned to normal. The two figures inside also reappeared. Tang Wulin and Wu Zhongkong switched positions, their backs facing each other. Tang Wulin pointed his golden dragon spear to the ground. At this moment, Wu Zhongkong had already been released from his martial soul true body. However, under everyone's astonished gazes, they could clearly see that a layer of ice blue armor had appeared over Wu Zhongkong's body. This armor was slightly white, and there seemed to be icy mist swirling within it. Wasn't this his 3-word battle armor, Sky Dragon Ice? Teacher Wu was forced to use his battle armor. Clang! In the next instant, a crisp sound rang out. It was crisp and pleasing to the ear, and everyone could hear it clearly. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Wu Zhongkong's Skyfrost sword broke. 2/4 of the sword's length fell to the ground. Wu Zhongkong's body also swayed. It broke. The Skyfrost sword broke. Long Night Moon's pupils contracted. This, little Zhongkong really lost. The students in the sparring arena immediately erupted into an uproar. That was Teacher Wu's martial soul. As a soul master, Having his martial soul destroyed was definitely a heavy blow. It would take a very long time for him to fully recover. One-on-one, 7 ring against 9 ring, the sword broke. As for Tang Wulin, his body was shimmering with golden light, and he didn't appear to have changed much. The only difference was that the golden scales covering his entire body were slowly receding, and he was still standing on the spot like an immovable mountain. Wu Sidwa stared blankly at him. In her eyes, and in her heart, that figure was constantly growing larger and larger. He had always been so outstanding, but who would have thought that he would become so powerful now? Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing were completely dumbfounded. Yang Nianxia's mouth was agape, and the young students were all dumbstruck. They stared at Tang Wulin with scorching eyes. Who is this person? What's up with his soul rings? How can he switch between two? Even if he does, the most powerful soul ring he has is only 7. How can he defeat Teacher Wu? In their hearts, Teacher Wu was an invincible being. However, Teacher Wu had lost, and he had even released his suit of 3-word battle armor in the end to block his opponent's attack. What if this young man in golden armor had also released his suit of battle armor? What would that have been like? The golden dragon spear was emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if it were cheering. The sharpest part of the spear tip was completely transparent, and it was impossible to see if it actually existed. After being polished by the dragon-slaying saber, the golden dragon spear had become even sharper than before. In the face of the sharpness of this divine weapon, the Skyfrost sword was still defeated. Furthermore, Tang Wulin hadn't completely grasped the secrets of his path of regal domination, so he could unleash it, but not withdraw it. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Zhongkong had sensed a sense of peril, Tang Wulin wouldn't have been able to withdraw his attack. Thankfully, the golden dragon spear had restrained its engulfment ability under his control. Otherwise, Wu Zhongkong would have most definitely been severely wounded, and he wouldn't even have had time to release his suit of 3-word battle armor. Even with his suit of 3-word battle armor, it would have been very difficult for him to withstand the sharpness of the golden dragon spear. Tang Wulin opened his mouth to expel a plume of white smoke, and his face had also paled significantly. Defeating Wu Zhongkong definitely wasn't going to be an easy task, and even his dragon's repulse wasn't able to completely nullify the threat posed by Absolute Zero. After all, he had only just attained dragon's repulse, and he was still far from being able to completely control it. Several seconds later, Tang Wulin and Wu Zhongkong turned to look at one another almost in unison. Wu Zhongkong's suit of heavenly dragon ice melted away like snow, and even though his face was rather pale, his eyes were filled with elation. He nodded at Tang Wulin and said, "Very good, you didn't disappoint me." Tang Wulin withdrew his golden dragon spear before extending a respectful bow toward Wu Zhongkong. He didn't ask about Wu Zhongkong's condition, as that would have been disrespectful. "Where are you currently staying?" Wu Zhongkong asked. "I'm at the Heavendo City Blacksmiths Association." The Blacksmith Association president, Divine Blacksmith Shenhua, is my uncle teacher, and my other teacher, Saint Blacksmith Mu Chun, is also there. Teacher Wu, are you going to bring Holy Spirit Dolua here as well? I know where she is. Wu Zhongkong nodded in response. All right, bring Holy Spirit Dolua here as soon as possible. The Pavilion Master's death must have dealt her a heavy blow. Perhaps she'll feel better if she's with everyone else. It could be said that Holy Spirit Dolua was the only remaining high-ranking member of the Shrek Academy. Isn't there another one in the distance? Tang Wulin's eyes immediately dimmed slightly upon hearing this. Wu Zhongkong said, "The past is the past, and we can't change it no matter how much we regret it. All we can do now is look forward and do what we have to do. Go and stay with your classmates. I'll come up with a plan as soon as possible to send the first batch of people to the demonic island for special training." Do you want to make a trip to the demonic island as well? Tang Wulin nodded. It's best if I make a trip there myself. All right. Wu Zhongkong nodded at Tang Wulin before turning to depart. Tang Wulin's arrival had also brought hope for the revival of the Shrek Academy, and he couldn't wait to complete the plan as soon as possible. He wanted to send the first batch of students to the demonic island as soon as possible to enhance their strength. After Wu Zhangkong's departure, Yang Yinxiao let loose a strange cry before charging toward Tang Wulin in large strides. He was even taller than before, and he resembled a giant bear. He reached Tang Wulin in just a few steps, then lowered his head and charged toward him. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face as he raised his right hand and pressed it against Yang Yinxiao's head. Yang Yinxiao appeared to be much taller than him, but with just a single hand, Yang Yinxiao was unable to approach Tang Wulin in the slightest. This was absolute power. Everyone else had already gathered around Tang Wulin. The young students were all staring at Tang Wulin with curiosity in their eyes. Luo Guixing smiled and said, "Juniors, let me introduce him to you. Perhaps you've never seen him before, but you've definitely heard of him. He is the leader of our Shrek Academy's Shrek 7, Dragon Moon Tang Wulin." Dragon Moon was the name of his battle armor, while Tang Wulin was his real name. Many of the young students' eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this name. That's right. Of course, they'd heard of this name before. In fact, it was like a thunderclap that reverberated in their ears. Back during the Poseidon Fate matchmaking convention, they had even caught sight of this upperclassman from afar, but so much time had passed that they had already forgotten about him. What was even more unexpected was that this upperclassman, who wasn't much older than them, had already grown to a level where he could contend with Wu Zhangkong. "Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Wulin." Tang Wulin greeted his juniors with a smile. "Senior, you're so amazing." Even Teacher Wu, before a young student could finish his sentence, Tang Wulin interrupted him. "Teacher Wu went easy on me. How could I possibly be a match for him?" Teacher Wu didn't even use 50% of his soul power. Seeing the sincerity on Tang Wulin's face, the young students finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder this upperclassman can contend with Teacher Wu. So Teacher Wu had limited his soul power output. Wu Sidua and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this sudden realization. The young students might not be able to tell whether Wu Zhangkong had used his full strength or not, but how could they not? Wulin, this guy. In the distance, Long Night Moon smiled with gratification and nodded. Wulin is trying to save little Zhangkong some face. Otherwise, little Zhangkong's prestige would have been damaged. Huh. Wulin, this child, has already grown up. Yin Ming really didn't misjudge him. I can rest easy leaving Shrek in his care. You want to retire? Don't be in such a hurry. There's still many things I need you to do. Tang Wulin said. Oh, Long Night Moon was stunned. Tang Wulin stood up. You can go back first. Wulin and I will make a trip to Tangmin to see Wu Qing and the others. Understood. Long Night Moon retreated. Tang Wulin stretched lazily before lazily making her way over to Tang Wulin. The academy may have been destroyed, but Shrek has never disappeared. No matter the price, we must rebuild Shrek, Yang Yinxia said fiercely. Tang Wulin nodded and said, Teacher Wu just told me that we might have to train in batches in the future. The training location has already been chosen. You should be the first batch. Oh, where are we going? Wu Sidua asked curiously. Tang Wulin shrugged. I can't reveal the secrets of heaven. If I do, it'll affect the results of your training. In any case, I've already been there. It's a very good place. Also, let's observe a second of silence for you. Luo Guixing's heart pounded when he saw the smile on Tang Wulin's face. He couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Wulin was up to no good. Clearly, this training wasn't as simple as it seemed. The others didn't notice this. They were all seven-ring soul masters and were quite confident in their strength. Even the weakest of them, Zheng Aran, was already at rank 68. In the past year, they had been cultivating diligently all the time without slacking off for even a moment. What about us, senior? Can we go as well? A young student asked. Tang Wulin nodded with a smile. Of course you can. Everyone will have the opportunity to go. But first, you'll have to raise your cultivation to a certain level. Yes, senior. Just as Tang Wulin was about to say something, he caught sight of a gorgeous figure making her way toward him. Everyone else naturally saw her as well, but when they caught sight of her, their jaws dropped and their saliva began to drip from their mouths. "This girl is too beautiful." Then they saw the figure smile. Instantly, the boys felt their noses burning, as if they could spurt out blood at any time. Even some of the girls blushed in embarrassment. Tuo Guashing straightened his clothes and greeted her with a smile. He extended his hand and said in a gentlemanly manner, "Hello, beautiful lady." "I am." But the girl ignored him and walked straight to Tang Wulin. No way." Tuo Guashing and the others' expressions immediately darkened. They glared at Tang Wulin with hostility. It was as if they were saying, "You be ****starred. Don't you already have Guyu? Why aren't you letting this beautiful little girl off the hook?" However, Tang Wulin's next words had them petrified. "Big sister, why are you here?" Big sister? Aside from Wu Sidwa and Su Yuqing, who had seen Tang Wulin before, everyone else's mouths gaped open in shock. "Come with big sister," Tang Wulin said before dragging Tang Wulin away. Where? Where did she go? Tuo Guashing and the others were stunned. They turned to Wu Sidwa. "Hurry up and tell me, when did Tang Wulin have a big sister? How come we didn't know? Doesn't he only have a monstrous big brother? Why does he have such a beautiful big sister?" Wu Sidwa spread her hands. "I only found out today. How can you blame me? It's over. I feel like I've fallen in love with Wulin's big sister." Tuo Guashing said with a smitten expression. "It's impossible for you." Wu Sidwa shattered his fantasy. "His big sister is terrifyingly strong. Do you think she'll fall for you?" "No, I won't give up. I've decided I'm going to go back and write love letters." Damn it. Tangmen, Heaven-Do City Branch. Ever since the Tongmen's headquarters suffered a devastating blow, the entire Tangmen underwent a rapid downsizing. On the surface, their strength was greatly reduced, and many of the branches in the city were closed down. The only one that remained on the surface and maintained a large scale was the Tongmen's branch in Heaven-Do City. To be more precise, this was where the headquarters of the Tangmen were located. Tangmen originated from Heaven-Do City. When the Tangmen were rebuilt 10,000 years ago, their headquarters were set up here. It could be said that the headquarters of the Shrek Academy was a dual-core existence. Now, the Tongmen's headquarters was being watched by countless factions. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching this place? The Tongmen's branch was very low-key. Even the flow of people was much smaller than before. Anyone could see that after that disaster, the entire Tangmen was on the decline. Tang Wulin and the disguised Tang Wulin arrived at the entrance of Heaven-Do City's Tangmen. "Big sister, aren't you going to disguise yourself?" Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and asked. "No need. There are very few people who can recognize me," Tang Wulin said. "No, I mean, big sister, your appearance is really too," Tang Wulin said as he looked at the perverted gazes around him. Tang Wulin had already felt the perverted gazes around him. She frowned slightly and snapped her fingers. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the owners of those perverted gazes were reduced to ashes with a snap of her fingers. "Come, let's go in," Tang Wulin said indifferently. Tang Wulin shuddered on the spot. That's why Big Brother is so scary when he turns into Big Sister. Tang Wulin hurriedly followed Tang Wulin in. When they walked into the Tongmen's headquarters, the quaint atmosphere became even stronger. The buildings here were tens of thousands of years old, but they were very well maintained. Who knew how many of the Tang sect's ancestors had grown up here? Among them, the most famous were the two god-level existences, Ancestor Tang San from the ancient era, 20,000 years ago, and Ancestor Yuhao from the ancient era, 10,000 years ago. They were both legendary heroes. The first Tangmen was built here by Ancestor Tang San. 10,000 years ago, the Tangmen grew from weak to strong because of Ancestor Yuhao's support. Therefore, many people believed that the Heaven-Do branch of the Tang sect was protected by God. Even Pagoda didn't do anything to the Tangmen branch because of their respect for these two gods. Even though they were no longer in the Dolua continent, they still didn't dare to do anything to the Tangmen branch. There's only one person in the world right now. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin kept walking inside. Before they passed through the second courtyard, they were stopped. Two young men in Tang Min uniforms blocked their way. The two of them carefully sized up Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin, but their eyes finally landed on Tang Wulin. So beautiful. After all, they were young men and had no resistance against beautiful girls. However, they were Tongmen's goalkeepers after all. They quickly adjusted their state of mind. His tone was slightly friendly as he said, "Is there a reason why the two of you are here? The Tao is emotionless, but there are feelings. Since ancient times, feelings have only been left with regrets," Tang Wulin said calmly. The two young men's pupils immediately contracted with indescribable shock in their eyes. Astonishment flashed through their eyes. "Please excuse us. Please come with me." They hurriedly stepped aside, and one of them said respectfully to Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. After saying that, he led them inside. Tang Wulin seemed to have sensed something, and he cast a cold gaze toward a nondescript house outside. His eyes flashed, and he turned around and went inside. The house was completely different from the outside. It looked very plain from the outside, and it was a very common Russian house in Heavendo City. However, the inside of the house was like a sci-fi world, and there were all types of complex and intricate equipment. That young girl seemed to have glanced at us just now. One of the guards said in astonishment, "That's impossible. We have a spirit shielding device here. Even with spirit domain realm spiritual power, she might not be able to detect this place if she didn't look carefully. All right, let's continue with the surveillance." The middle-aged man behind him closed his eyes and rested. Is he an idiot? His spiritual power isn't even at the spirit domain realm. It's limitless. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin closed his eyes. Sky Dream, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, kill them all. No problem. A few days later, the higher-ups of the Federation suddenly received news that the surveillance team they had sent to monitor the Tangmin branch of the Heaven Do Federation had been wiped out. However, they had no idea who the culprit was, so that's a story for later. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin were led into a room in the back by the young man, and they were taken to an empty room. A hint of relief flashed through Tang Wulin's eyes upon arriving here. Big sister, he turned to Tang Wulin. If he could sense those bastards, then his sister would definitely be able to as well. However, with his sister's temper, she would definitely do something. "Don't worry, I'm just teaching those bastards a lesson," Tang Wulin replied in a calm voice. Not long after that, a bookcase to the side suddenly slid open, and a person walked out from within. Smiles immediately appeared on the faces of Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin at the sight of this person. The middle-aged man was extremely handsome, and his eyes, which were lined with long eyelashes and clear eyes, were not inferior to Tang Wulin in the slightest. This was none other than the vice palace master of the Tangmin Palace, the amorous Doa. The amorous Doa, Zhang Exan, nodded at Tang Wulin before turning to Tang Wulin with a peculiar expression. Tang Wulin smiled faintly before saying something. Zhang Exan was immediately startled, and he hurriedly placed his right hand in front of his left chest and bowed slightly to her as a sign of respect. Then he walked back into the secret door behind the bookcase. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin followed. Behind the secret door was an elevator. The elevator went down. The elevator was quite fast, and it was the fastest elevator Tang Wulin had ever taken. Even Pagoda and the Blacksmiths Association could not compare. Tang Wulin, on the other hand, had been silently leaning against the back of the elevator. In less than 10 seconds, the elevator had descended by at least 200 meters, and it was still descending. Seeing Tang Wulin's surprised expression, Zhang Exan smiled and said, "Not bad. Not many people can discover this secret." Tang Wulin smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, do you have the ability to read minds? How do you know what I'm thinking?" Zhang Exan chuckled and said, "Other than that, I can't think of anything else to be surprised about. Wulin, you're very good. In just 1 year, you've already grown to such a level." Tang Wulin said, "Was it His Majesty Doa, the Merciless, who told you?" Hearing Tang Wulin mention Chao Daji, Zhang Exan's expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He snorted and said, "That guy won't talk to me, but he has a way to inform me. You can continue being arrogant. Don't you know that being arrogant will ruin your life? Hurry up and seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, you're all men, Tang Wulin said lightly. To Tang Wulin's surprise, Amorous Doluo actually blushed. Amorous Doluo Zhang Xian's expression was complicated. Senior, don't make fun of me. I'll lose face in front of Wulin. How much is your face worth? Tang Wulin smiled faintly. Sigh. Zhang Xian sighed. You've always blamed Wuqing for leaving you here alone and go to the Blood God camp alone. You know that Wuqing was worried about your safety. The Abyss World is a place that even Wuqing would be in danger if he went there alone. Wuqing is stronger than you, so what can you do there? Don't try to talk to me about soul fusion skills. They're useless against a holy monarch with the power of a god. Tang Wuling said, I've never blamed him. I understand his painstaking efforts. Duo revealed a gentle expression for the first time. So mushy. I really don't know what happened between you two in the past. Tang Wuling trembled. With senior strength, you should be able to directly peek into my memories, right? Why don't you take a look? Zhang Xian suddenly looked at Tang Wuling and said, Do you think I'm a voyeur? Tang Wuling pointed at himself and said, Yes. Zhang Xian was silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said, You? Tang Wuling was just about to get angry when the elevator stopped. Forget it. Today, I'll be merciful and not bicker with a junior like you. Tang Wuling said very generously. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. Merciful? A few years ago, Wuqing said the same thing as me, but he was beaten half to death by you. Tang Wuling, who was ignored, could only silently pretend that he didn't hear anything. I think I heard something I shouldn't have. Tang Wuling thought to himself. Sigma, when they walked out of the elevator, the first thing that Tang Wuling felt was the high-tech atmosphere. The wide and huge metal space was surrounded by all kinds of soul tools. Tang Wuling recognized some of them, but he had never seen some of them before. There were also some strange-looking soul tools, but he didn't know what they were used for. After passing through a door, Tang Wuling was even more shocked. Looking around, there was actually a huge factory that stretched as far as the eye could see. What was produced in the factory were mechas. Are you shocked? Tang Wuling looked at Wuling. Wuling nodded. Actually, the real headquarters of the Tang men isn't at Shrek's place at all. The place there has a symbolic meaning to it, to show that the Tang men and Shrek are inseparable, so that those who have bad intentions will think twice. The real headquarters of the Tang men is here. Tang Wuling said. So amazing. Tang Wuling's eyes were starry. Zhang Xian smiled and said, What you see is only a small part of the Tongmen's headquarters. We have a total of 16 factories like this 500 meters underground. It took 3,000 years for the Tangmen and Shrek Academy to build them. To put it simply, Heaven Do City, the world 500 meters underground, belongs to the Shrek Academy and Tangmen. The level of the external defense here is designed to defend against Godslayer missiles. Tang Wuling was shocked. Although he had always known that the Tangmen had a strong foundation and wouldn't be defeated so easily, he didn't expect the Tangmen to have such a strong foundation. The entire underground world of Heaven Do City belongs to the Shrek Academy and Tangmen. Wait, why is there a Shrek Academy? Tang Wuling asked in surprise. Your Majesty, are you saying that our academy has a share of this place? Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. More than 10,000 years ago, the Tangmen encountered a serious problem and were almost wiped out. There were only a few Tangmen left in that generation. But it was also at that time that the Tangmen rose again, and it could be said that the Shrek Academy single-handedly supported their rise. That was how the miracle happened. The Shrek 7 of that generation were almost all Tangmen. You must be familiar with one of them. He was the founder of Pagoda, Lingbing the Yuhao. After saying that, he subconsciously looked at Tang Wuling. However, Tang Wuling didn't react at all. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that Senior doesn't mind me continuing. At that time, Lingbing Deluo had a very resounding reputation, and that was the soul tool freak. This was because he invented many epic-making soul tools. He once combined Tongmin's hidden weapons with soul tools to create the Zhuge Divine crossbow cannon, which was the prototype of modern high-frequency, continuous firing soul cannons. Not only that, he also created epic-making first-generation battle armors and god-level mechas that truly possess the combat strength of gods. As for his most fearsome invention, I'm sure you've heard of it as well. It was the first 12th-grade soul missile in history, Doomsday. Tang Wulin's body shuddered upon hearing this. The first 12th-grade soul missile in history? Tang Wulin was stunned. Such a dangerous thing actually came from one of his two idols, Yuhao. The apocalypse was very powerful. Ancestor Yuhao also witnessed how terrifying it was. So after that, he sealed the blueprints of the Class 12 stationary soul cannon shell in the Tongmin's secret warehouse and never took it out again. Did you know? Many people secretly called Ancestor Yuhao a soul tool, maniac, or executioner. It was because he invented too many dangerous things. Tang Wulin's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Of course, no one noticed. However, this also allowed many people to see the hope of the Tang men rising again. With Ancestor Yuhao's help, the Tang men began to regroup with the creation of soul tools. Behind the scenes, this was all the result of the support of the Shrek Academy. Without the Shrek Academy's strong support in terms of resources and teaching, it would have been very difficult for the Tang men to rise again. After a discussion among the higher-ups of the Tang men, they decided to give a portion of the shares of all the businesses that the Tang men operated to the Shrek Academy. Even though the Academy didn't need these things, this portion of the shares had always been there, until today, 10,000 years later. Therefore, everything that you see now is actually half of the Shrek Academy. It also includes everything that the Tang men owned on the Xingluo continent and the Douling continent. At this point, Zhang Xian raised his hand and patted Tang Wulin's shoulder. Therefore, you have never been fighting alone. Tang Wulin took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Zhang Xian said in a deep voice, "However, I have to remind you that although the Tang men have accumulated enough strength, our opponents are much stronger than us. If you want to rebuild the Shrek Empire, you'll have to fight against all the major forces on the continent. Once the Tongmin's foundation is exposed, if you don't succeed, the Tang men will follow in the footsteps of the Shrek Empire. The Tang men have been accumulating strength for a long time, and Pagoda has been doing the same for 10,000 years. It has to be said that the Lingbing Doal Majesty left the pagoda with the most precious thing, and that was the emergence of spirits and the extinction of soul beasts. These were the most important things that made Pagoda successful. The wealth that they have accumulated is simply too great. It is not an exaggeration to say that their wealth is comparable to that of a country. They were blinded by their own interests and gradually began to go against the original intention of the ancestors of the Yuhao when they built Pagoda. This was because their foundation was too great. Just like how no one knows how great the foundation of the Tang men is, no one knows how terrifying Pagoda's accumulation over the past 10,000 years is. I even suspect that the reason why the continent is lacking in resources is because Pagoda has hidden too many resources. There's no need to doubt it. It's definitely the case. Tang Wulin suddenly said fiercely. Zhang Xian and Tang Wulin trembled, because they could feel the terrifying aura emanating from her body. This scum is an eternal sinner. He is an ambitious person. He only has one goal, and that is to dominate the continent. He wants Pagoda to reach the heights of the martial Soul Palace that was defeated by Tang Sin more than 20,000 years ago. He wants to command all the soul masters in the world and control the power of the world. Tang Wulin's voice was filled with anger. Eternal sinner? This is a very vivid portrayal of East Wind through the ages. Zhang Xian thought to himself. East Wind through the ages announced the successful development of artificial black spirit souls at the most appropriate time and greatly reduced the price of purple and yellow spirit souls. He even sent a large number of black spirit souls to the War Shrine and the Federation. He expressed his support for the Federation. He also promised that he would do his best to fight against the Holy Ghost religion. Other than that, Pagoda also provided an astronomical amount of money to the military. He also announced that he would fully support the military in waging war against the other two continents. In a short period of time, he gained a large number of allies in the parliament. On the surface, Pagoda's strength seemed to have decreased because of these huge and selfless donations. But was that really the case? The Black Spirit Souls would help them earn back all that they had given in a short period of time. Furthermore, no one knew how much wealth Pagoda had accumulated. East Wind through the ages has allowed Pagoda to truly influence the entire Federation. When all the spirit souls of Soul Masters come from Pagoda in the future, their control over the world of Soul Masters might even surpass that of the Martial Soul Palace. Tang Wulin furrowed his brows. In other words, our main opponent in the future, other than the Holy Ghost religion, is Pagoda? Zhang Xian nodded. That's right. Furthermore, what I'm most worried about is that we don't know the extent of the relationship between Pagoda and the Holy Ghost religion. East Wind, through the ages, comes from a large family. No matter how he uses the Holy Ghost religion, he will definitely stand against the Holy Ghost religion in the end. The Holy Ghost religion exists for the sake of destruction. They absorb negative energy from destruction and slaughter in order to transcend themselves. Therefore, they are completely devoid of humanity. In fact, they can't even be called humans. East Wind through the ages' goal is to let Pagoda rule the Federation. These two goals are contradictory. However, they have the same goal in dealing with the Tang Min and Shrek Academy. That's why there's a possibility of them working together. East Wind through the ages is completely unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. What I'm most worried about now is that his selfishness will cause the Holy Ghost religion to grow. Shrek City and Heavendo City have both been heavily damaged by the Holy Ghost religion. During the process, a large number of creatures died. The negative energy produced is what evil soul masters of the Holy Ghost religion need the most. I'm guessing that even East Wind through the ages doesn't know how strong the Holy Ghost religion is now. Once the Federation starts a war against the Xingluo and Doling continents, there will definitely be a large number of casualties. It's obvious who will benefit the most from this. East Wind through the ages wants to plunder resources from Pagoda and sell more spirits at the same time. As for the Holy Ghost Church, they want to see more casualties. This will help their cultivation. They're the most difficult enemy to deal with. Don't worry, I'll take care of the Holy Ghost religion. Tang Wulin smiled faintly. Huh? Tang Wulin and Zhang Xian were shocked. She's going to take action personally? Of course, I won't destroy it so easily. To be honest, I could destroy 13 Doluo if I want to. Do you think I'll do that? No, that's too boring. I'm prepared to let them cause internal strife. I've arranged 3 of my people in the Holy Ghost religion. Tang Wulin said faintly. Then I'll leave the Holy Ghost religion to you. Zhang Xian said. Tang Wulin nodded. Other than that, we'll need more allies. Tang Wulin looked at Zhang Xian and said, I agree with that. That's why I have an idea. I hope that you can make a trip to the Xianra Empire and then to Emperor Ling's empire. Zhang Xian said. Tang Wulin was stunned. On behalf of the Academy? Zhang Xian shook his head. No, you won't be representing the Academy. You'll be representing the Tang Min and the Dove faction of the Federation. Tang Wulin could understand when Zhang Xian said that he was representing the Tang Min. However, he didn't understand if he was representing the Dove faction. Zhang Xian smiled. The Dove faction is able to stand strong and fight against the Eagle faction despite being at a disadvantage. How can there be no support behind them? There are at least 7 hidden sects supporting the Dove faction. There are also at least 2 factions in the military supporting them. And we're the biggest financial backer behind the Dove faction. East Wind through the ages thinks that it's enough to kick the Tongmin senators out of the Senate. However, he doesn't know that the sect behind the Dove faction, including the Dove faction itself, and the 2 military factions supporting the Dove faction, are all funded by us. Not only that, even some of the military factions on the Eagle faction side are supported by the Tang Min. Tang Wulin stared at Zhang Xian with his mouth agape. These were absolute secrets. Secrets that no one would believe even if he told them. Then what do you want me to say to the Xianra Empire and the fighting Emperor Ling Nation? As the emissary of the Tang men, what kind of help should we provide them? What do we ask of them? Tang Wulin asked as he tried to control his emotions. Zhang Xian said, "It's very simple. We'll facilitate the alliance between the Xianra Empire and the fighting Emperor Ling Nation and sell them weapons that are powerful enough to deter them. We'll let them have the strength to confront the Federation. What we need to do is to prevent this war from actually happening. Only when the strength of both sides is very equal will there be a situation of confrontation." Tang Wulin stared at Zhang Xian in shock. "Your Majesty, you mean that you want me to facilitate the whole thing?" Zhang Xian smiled. "That's right, of course it's you. But I'm just a junior. Can I?" Tang Wulin was only in his 20s. He didn't think that he could be recognized by the two empires. "You have to have confidence in yourself. Do you know that Tang San was under a lot of pressure at your age? He had to make all the preparations for the establishment of the Tangmen nation. He was busy all day. Yuhao, on the other hand, at your age, oh, sorry, he had already become a god at your age. But to become a god at the age of 20, can you imagine how much pain he had to go through to become one? So, don't deny yourself so quickly. If you don't believe in yourself, then you're really hopeless." Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and said seriously. Tang Wulin listened to Tang Wulin's words and was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at Zhang Xian. "I understand. I'll definitely do my best to accomplish this." "Very good. Tang Wulin, listen carefully. From today onwards, from this moment onwards, you are the current leader of the Tangmen nation." When Zhang Xian said the last sentence, Tang Wulin felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 93. "By the way, how long have we been here?" Tang Wulin suddenly asked. I don't know. Once you reach the god stage, you don't care about time. In any case, our lifespans are very long." Supreme Treasure splayed, opened his hands. Tang Wulin cracked his knuckles. "Is that so? It's already been a while since we last met. The 7 monsters are about to reunite, so it's about time for me to go back." 7 monsters? What's that? Are they as powerful as the 10 sages of the Flower Fruit Mountain? Supreme Treasure asked. Of course not. However, if we're at the same cultivation level, then the 6 sages won't be able to defeat the 7 monsters, Tang Wulin replied. Hee, that's interesting. I want to meet the 7 monsters now. They better not disappoint me. Supreme Treasure chuckled. Wait, Tang Wulin said. What is it, big sister? Supreme Treasure asked. Are you sure you want to dress like this? Tang Wulin asked. Supreme Treasure finally remembered that he was wearing a set of golden chainmail. He willed it, and the golden chainmail exuded a peculiar golden light before transforming into a set of casual clothes. That's good. Let's go. Tang Wulin nodded before disappearing into the sky with Supreme Treasure. After sparring with Yu Jingyu, Tang Wulin had already returned to his room to cultivate. However, before he began to cultivate, he suddenly recalled the vast sea cosmic crystal that Elder Long had referred to as the ultimate treasure of the Academy. As such, he decided to bring it out. Of course, something that could be referred to as a divine tool couldn't be that simple. But what kind of magical uses does it have? Was it really just to help top-tier powerful beings attain enlightenment? Tang Wulin could still clearly recall that he had been drawn into the world of the sea when he had first laid eyes on it. That feeling was truly peculiar. It was as if his entire body had been nourished and refreshed. However, he had already stared at the vast sea cosmic crystal for a long time, yet he still hadn't entered that peculiar state. Just what was so special about it? With that in mind, Tang Wulin attempted to slowly inject his soul power into the vast sea cosmic crystal to see if there were any changes. As he slowly injected his soul power, the vast sea cosmic crystal, a reaction, a layer of blue light radiated from its surface, making it appear even more dazzling Yu Jingyu. However, there was no other reaction. Even when he increased the amount of soul power he was pouring into it, there was still no reaction. That's strange. Can't I inject it? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The way Tang Wuling in the same way old Tang the way Tang Tang Tang. T's heard teat. T? S of old Tang? Tang Wuling called out in his mind. Tang Wuling the Tang heard. T of course of the T Tang to the T of a T. Why was old Tang referring to the crystal as the vast sea cosmic crystal? A hint of excitement suddenly crept into old Tang's voice as he said, "Hurry up and place it on your forehead." Tang Wuling had never seen old Tang so eager before, and he had absolute trust in him. He immediately placed the vast sea cosmic crystal on his glabella. The crystal was cool and refreshing, and in the instant that it was placed on his forehead, he didn't feel anything. However, just as he was wondering if the vast sea cosmic crystal would be able to take him to that wondrous oceanic world again, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Tang Wuling suddenly felt a scorching sensation in his sea of consciousness. Everything around him had turned into a vast expanse of golden light. Immediately thereafter, he felt the vast sea cosmic crystal abruptly adhering itself to his glabella, as if it were glued to his forehead. His spiritual power had already reached the spirit domain realm, and his enormous spiritual power had already converged to form an ocean. However, at this moment, he felt as if there were boundless spiritual fluctuations erupting within his mind. Due to the fact that the vast sea cosmic crystal was adhering itself to his glabella, he could clearly sense the changes taking place within the crystal. Much to his surprise, the vast sea cosmic crystal was shrinking in size over and over again. In the beginning, it was only around the size of a palm, but after a short while, it had shrunk to the size of a longan fruit. After a while, it had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Only then did the transformation stop. Tang Wuling discovered that he was unable to move his body. Aside from his thoughts, everything else seemed to have been congealed. However, he could sense that ripples were being released from his body one after another. These ripples seemed to be extending into the distance. The vast sea cosmic crystal was the origin of these ripples. What he couldn't see was that at this moment, a golden rune was slowly appearing on his forehead. The rune was in the shape of a golden trident, and the shrunken vast sea cosmic crystal was embedded right below the tip of the trident. It also seemed to be the core of the entire rune. Golden flames revolved and rose up from the golden trident rune. It was constantly transforming, but Tang Wuling couldn't do anything about it. His soul power and spiritual power were still depleting at an astonishing rate. However, all types of elements in the air were also surging toward him at a rapid rate to replenish his depleted soul power. In the beginning, it wasn't all that obvious. However, as time passed, these elements began to converge at a faster and faster rate. Tang Wuling even felt as if he had returned to the time when he had faced off against the powerful beings of the abyss in the Blood God array. This was just as Tang Wuling was basking in this miraculous transformation. Two figures silently appeared in Tang Wuling's room. Oh, what a familiar aura! It's the vast sea cosmic shroud. Tang Wuling exclaimed in a surprised manner. This turbulent aura. It's a bit like the water god Gong. Supreme Treasure said with his arms crossed. It's not the same. It's Poseidon, Tang Wuling said. A Western god. Supreme Treasure exclaimed. Light rain. A strange bluish gold figure appeared. Yo, long time no see, third brother. Tang Wuling greeted. Hee, you're the Poseidon, Tang-san? I heard that you're very strong. It's a pity that this isn't your real body. Otherwise, I'd definitely fight you. Supreme Treasure said with a smile. You are? The great sage, heaven's equal? Tang-san Phantom was a little shocked. Oh, so my name is already so resounding? Even you know me? Supreme Treasure said with a smile. Hee, my real body is currently fighting against your disciple, Pipefish. Your disciple is really strong. Tang-san Phantom said. Wait, disciple? What are you talking about? I don't have a disciple. Supreme Treasure said strangely. You Don't you know your disciple? You've taken in a very strong disciple, Pipefish. My real body is fighting against him right now. There's also a guy with 12 wings and a dull-witted person with a very strong aura of death. I can't handle all three of them together. Tang San Phantom said. Third brother, this Monkey King is not the same person as the one you know, Tang Walin said. Oh, so that's it. So it's another son Wukong. Tang San's Phantom finally reacted. Third brother, don't tell me that one of them calls himself the Immortal Emperor, the Mad God, and the Grim Reaper? Tang Walin suddenly said. Amazing. Light Rain, you guessed it right away, Tang San Phantom said. How did you start fighting with them? They became gods much earlier than you. Third brother, although your strength is about the same as theirs, you're a little behind them in terms of experience. Wait, that's not right. They're not from the same world. Why did they suddenly gather together? Tang Walin was a little confused. I don't know either. Light Rain, can you come over and help? There's not only the three of them here. Old Rong and the others are also fighting with someone called Sky Scar. Walin is about to wake up. Let's leave it at that for now. Light Rain, I'll leave Walin to you. Tang San Phantom disappeared. Oh my god, why did you guys fight? Tang Walin patted his head. You know all of them? Supreme Treasure asked. That's right. I know all of them, Tang Walin said. That's strange. Why do they fight? Wait, I seem to have heard Xiao, and the others mention something about the Battle of the Gods. Sigh. Something terrible has happened. Tang Walin shook his head. Xiao and Xiao Wu had gone into seclusion. They couldn't support the third brother, so Tang Walin closed his eyes. A vertical eye suddenly split open between his eyebrows. Two blood-red lights floated out from it and merged together to form a male version of Tang Walin. However, his hair was blood-red. Go, Tang Walin said. Yes, original body. Battle of the Gods? Interesting. Tang Walin stretched his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble. Tang Walin shook his head. A doppelganger? That doesn't seem to be the case. Supreme Treasure scratched his head. At this moment, Tang Walin opened his eyes and saw Tang Walin and Supreme Treasure. Wow. Sister, are you trying to scare me to death? Tang Walin patted his small chest. If you're scared to death, you'll be the most embarrassing pavilion master of Poseidon, Tang Walin said with a smile. Sister, who is she? Tang Walin stared blankly at Supreme Treasure's new face. What a handsome person. My name is Supreme Treasure. I'm your second brother, Supreme Treasure said with a smile. This person isn't a pure human. He has the blood of a dragon in his body. Second brother? Tang Walin looked at Tang Walin in confusion. He's my real brother, Tang Walin said to Tang Walin. Tang Walin was shocked. He didn't know that there was an elder brother and an elder sister had a younger brother. A long time ago, he had already sensed that he wasn't Tang Wulin's biological younger brother, and he could sense that his background was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, he just didn't want to accept this reality. Don't think too much, Walin. I can tell you that you're indeed not my biological brother, but you're my family. This is the truth. You're really my family. Tang Walin walked over and patted Tang Walin. Tang Walin looked at Tang Walin, who was so close to him. The corners of his eyes were a little wet. Then, can I still call you elder sister? Tang Walin nodded. Of course you can. You can call me whatever you want. What about your wife? You get lost. Big sister. Yes, little brother. Supreme Treasure stood off to the side, holding the immemorial green lamp and watching the touching scene between the siblings. I'll give them some privacy. With that, he left. How do you feel now? Tang Walin looked at Tang Walin. After fusing with the vast sea cosmic shroud, Tang Wulin's strength had definitely improved by leaps and bounds. Let me sense it. Tang Walin closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. As his consciousness sank, Tang Wulin's entire body entered a miraculous state of cultivation. Furthermore, he had clearly made greater progress this time. Right at this moment, Tang Wulin's mind suddenly trembled. He seemed to have vaguely sensed something. It was as if there was an extremely distant voice gently calling his name over and over again. He couldn't hear the voice clearly, but he could clearly sense a sense of intimacy that was deeply rooted in his bones. He abruptly opened his eyes and abruptly awoke from his meditation. Tang Wulin was surprised to discover that the back of his clothes had already been drenched in sweat. With his cultivation base, this was almost inconceivable. That voice was Dad, Mom. It's their voice, he suddenly yelled. Tang Wulin faltered slightly upon hearing this. What? He could sense Tang's sand? No, that couldn't be right. It was Tang Ziren and Tang Wulin. Wulin, calm down and control your emotions. Try to sense the direction of that voice. Tang Wulin transmitted his consciousness into Tang Wulin's mind. Tang Wulin hurriedly calmed himself down. He saw a continent, as well as something that resembled pagoda. It appeared that this was a branch, as well as his parents. Tang Wulin immediately opened his eyes. Big sister, Dad, Mom, and Dad are in pagoda on the Do Spirit continent. Is that so? Tang Wulin stroked his chin. If I recall correctly, that's where pagoda is researching a certain medicine. Huh, so that's how it is. It appeared that Tang Ziren and Tang Wulin had discovered something, which was why they were captured. What do you want to do, Wulin? Tang Wulin asked. I recall that we're going to set off to the Do Spirit continent in 3 months to convince them to side with us. When that time comes, I'm going to save Dad and Mom. Tang Wulin said as he clenched his fists. Seeing as you've already made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. However, you have to make preparations in advance, Tang Wulin said. However, before that, Xie Sun and the others are coming back, so we're going to be reunited. I've decided to take them with me, Tang Wulin said. All right, go on. You're going to fight them for sure, so go and meet them. Tang Wulin urged. All right. The Heaven Do City Soul train station was still bustling with activity. Ever since Shrek City had been destroyed, Heaven Do City had become an important hub. Furthermore, this was the headquarters of the Dove faction, so the city's reconstruction had been completed very well. Moreover, the current garrison was much stronger than before. The military that supported the Dove faction had provided very high security measures. After arriving at the exit of the station, Tang Wulin found an inconspicuous corner and stood still. Everyone was going to be back. This was a great feeling. Right at this moment, Tang Wulin seemed to have sensed something, and he reflexively raised his head to cast his gaze toward the exit. The first thing that caught his eye was a bulging stomach, followed by a familiar fat body. Wasn't that Su Lizzie? Compared to before, he was even fatter, but he was also taller. He was even slightly taller than Tang Wulin, so it was clear that he had been very well nourished during this period of time. He wore a smile on his face this entire time, and he appeared to be completely harmless. Following closely behind Su Lizzie was a beautiful young woman. She was still as cold and aloof as ever, but she was also as beautiful as ever. She was naturally Yi Xinglan. At the sight of her, Tang Wulin couldn't help but recall the first time he had seen her. At the time, she had come as a representative of the Shrek Academy, and she was filled with pride and power, as well as powerful swordsmanship. Tang Wulin made his way over to her, and even though they were very familiar with each other, he was still unable to recognize them due to his miraculous makeup skills. He made his way over to Su Lizzie and directly bumped into him. Hey, be careful. Su Lizzie raised a fat hand and pressed it against his shoulder. His hand was warm and broad, and it was like a soft cushion, but when he pressed it against Tang Wulin's body, he felt as if he were being held down by a mountain. If a normal person were in his shoes, they would have naturally been pushed to the side. However, what Fatso felt was a sudden and terrifying force coming from the middle-aged man's shoulder. That force was like the awakening of a giant dragon, and it was extremely terrifying and oppressive. It directly slammed into his chest. Behind him, Yi Xinglan's expression changed, but she immediately laughed. Bang! Tang Wulin's shoulder slammed into Fatso's chest. Fatso's chest was soft and bouncy, and his thick flesh trembled as he absorbed the force. He also raised his hands and grabbed Tang Wulin's shoulders. However, at this moment, Tang Wuling had already opened his arms and gave Su Lizzie a big hug. Ah, boss. No matter how muddle-headed Su Lizzie was, he had already recognized Tang Wuling's identity. Why didn't you guys put on makeup before coming back? Tang Wuling asked in a low voice. Su Lizzie chuckled. We've all grown up. We're not the same as before. Moreover, this is the territory of the Dove faction. Tang Wuling let go of his hands and smiled. Let's go. Captain, where are the others? Yi Xinglan still preferred to call Tang Wuling Captain. Jingyu is already here, but I don't know where he went. Otherwise, I would have asked him to come with me to pick you guys up, reuniting after such a long time. The three of them were excited from the bottom of their hearts. Boss, is there any news about Senior Ling? Su Lizzie suddenly asked in a low voice. Even Yi Xinglan looked nervous. They could still vaguely recall how helpless he had been and how heartbroken he had been when he had heard about Tang Wuling's disappearance. Hee. Take a guess. Tang Wuling smiled. When the two of them saw Tang Wuling smile, they were stunned at first, then smiled happily at the same time. Looks like there's already news about Senior Ling. No, there's not news. Tang Wuling shook his head. The two of them were shocked. Could it be? It's just that Big Brother is already back. Tang Wuling said with a smile. It's just that something happened to Big Brother, so he can't come over right now. That's great. Captain's Big Brother is finally back. Yi Xinglan was also very happy for Wuling. If Tang Wuling was their boss, then Tang Wuling was their boss. Beep, 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 beep. Tang Wuling's soul communicator rang. Jingyu? Where did you go? Boss, where are you? Tang Wuling and Jingyu asked in unison through their soul communicators. I'm at the Seoul train station. I just picked up Xinglan and Lizzie. What about you? Tang Wuling asked. You're at the exit? Wait for me. Jingyu said and hung up. Tang Wuling couldn't help but chuckle. That guy didn't even explain himself. Yi Xinglan smiled. Is he still so impetuous? I heard from Xiaoyan that after being provoked by you, he's been cultivating with all his might. Tang Wuling nodded. He's very powerful now, especially after mastering the Holy Angel Clan's Holy Fusion technique. It's said that very few people in their bloodline have been able to master it. He's already been selected as the successor of the Southern Legion. What about you? How's your sword's soul coming along? Yi Xinglan had been in seclusion ever since she lost to Sima Jinshi. Tang Wuling had a lot of things to do, so he hadn't had a chance to ask her. I'm doing fine. Yi Xinglan nodded. Tang Wuling smiled. Do you still remember Sima Jinshi? He's also in Heavendo City. Yi Xinglan's eyes lit up upon hearing the words, Wild Gale, Saber Demon, and she felt a little impulsive. He's here as well? Yes, he came with me. Tang Wuling told Su Lizzie about how Sima Jinshi and Aruhung had come to the Blood God Legion to find him, and Yi Xinglan couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. It was truly hilarious that two of the most powerful beings of the younger generation had almost been executed in the Blood God Legion. Captain, if you don't mind, I'd like to fight Sima Jinshi again if I get the chance, Yi Xinglan said in a serious manner. Then you have to be careful. He's very powerful now, Tang Wuling cautioned. But I'm no longer the same person I was back then, Yi Xinglan replied with a smile. I found you. You're here. Jingyu's excited voice sounded from behind them. You sure got here quickly. Tang Wuling turned around as he spoke, and an elated look appeared on his face as he caught sight of Jingyu. Captain, Su Xiaoyan threw herself into Tang Wuling's arms and gave him a big hug. That's right. Jingyu had gone missing precisely because he had come to the train station to pick up Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan had known Tang Wuling before Jingyu, and she, along with Xie Sun and Guyu, were Tang Wuling's earliest friends. How could she not be excited to see Tang Wuling again after such a long time? Tang Wuling patted Su Xiaoyan's back, and his heart felt as if it had been soaked in warm water. It's good that you're back, Xiaoyan. Captain, let's never separate again, all right? Su Xiaoyan's voice was already choked up with sobs. Oi, your boyfriend is right next to us. Can you not make it sound so intimate? Jingyu was already starting to get a little jealous, and he glared at Tang Wuling from the side, as if he were afraid that he would do something intimate. Su Xiaoyan blushed, and only then did she release Tang Wulin from his embrace. She raised a foot and stomped on Yu Jingyu's foot. We were having such a good time, and now you're here to ruin it. Yu Jingyu wore a gloomy expression. We haven't seen each other in a long time, and you only kissed me once, but you've already fed him for so long. Can't I be jealous? Who kissed you? Su Xiaoyan's cheeks were flushed red, but she was pulled aside by Yi Xinglan, and the two sisters were excited to see each other again. Say, Lizzie, you've developed too well. You're already over 20 years old, so why are you still growing? Yu Jingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Su Lizzie chuckled. It can't be helped. We're food-type soul masters, so eating is a part of our cultivation. The military is constantly feeding me good food, so I'm like this. Yu Jingyu patted his stomach. You're also a soul sage now, right? I'm very curious. What are the buns of your martial soul true body like? Why don't you try one? Su Lizzie chuckled. You won't eat it. My martial soul true body is a little special. Oh, not only was Yu Jingyu surprised, but even Tang Wulin was surprised to hear this. Su Lizzie smiled and said, This isn't a suitable place. I'll show you when we get back. All right, we're only missing Xie Sun and Yuanin. Why aren't they here yet? That's so slow. Yu Jingyu was feeling a little excited. Some people, no matter when or how old they are, they still like to speak ill of others behind their backs. People like them are incurable. A resentful voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Surprised looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this voice. However, even Tang Wulin was unable to identify the source of this voice. Xie Sun? Yu Jingyu's surprise was immediately replaced by elation. Hurry up and come out. Why are you hiding like this? I'm not coming out. Come find me if you can. Xie Sun chuckled. Yu Jingyu looked around as he listened to his voice. However, this voice seemed to be coming from right beside him, yet there was no trace of Xie Sun. What was going on? Astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. What kind of ability was Xie Sun using? Could it be voice transmission? That couldn't be right. Not everyone would be able to hear the voice transmission. Right at this moment, a faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. He suddenly reached out and made a grabbing motion. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Tang Wulin's arm seemed to have passed through space and disappeared into thin air. Ouch! A sound was heard. In the next instant, he forcibly grabbed a person out of thin air. The person was tall and slender, handsome, and dressed in black sportswear. It was none other than Xie Sun. As soon as Xie Sun appeared, he looked at Tang Wulin in disbelief. Impossible, boss. How did you find me? Tang Wulin also looked at him in amazement. Xie Sun, not bad. When did you have spatial abilities? This shouldn't be your ability, right? After a brief moment of surprise, Xie Sun immediately became complacent. This is a secret. You'll find out later. Right now, aside from boss, none of you are a match for me. Oh, except for Yuanin. Tang Wulin asked, Why did you come back alone? Where's Yuanin? Xie Sun looked around. Then his gaze locked onto a certain direction. He raised his hand and pointed. She's over there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Yuanin was still as inconspicuous as ever. She still looked like an ordinary man. At this moment, she had already seen everyone. She smiled and quickened her pace. At this moment, the Shrek 7 of this generation were finally reunited. The 7 of them were reunited, so there was no lack of small talk. By the way, Captain, is there any news about the store manager? Yuanin Yehue, who was dressed as a man, suddenly asked. Everyone fell silent. Ever since Tang Wulin's disappearance, they had all seen that their captain had such a weak side. Hee. She's fine now. You'll know when you see her later, Tang Wulin said with a smile. Apart from Su Lizzie and Yi Xinglan, everyone's bodies trembled. Could it be that Senior Ling, big brother/store manager, had returned? Where are we going now? Su Xiaoyan asked Tang Wulin. Of course we're going to wait for Big Brother. Tang Wulin revealed a strange smile. If you see her now, your jaws will definitely drop to the ground. Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw two figures walking toward them. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man looked to be around 16 years old. He had a head of long golden hair that draped over his back. He wore a white shirt and white pants, and he looked very handsome. Just based on his looks alone, he could instantly kill everyone else. He was even more handsome than Tang Wuling. The young woman in front of him had long white hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She wore a butterfly hairband on her head, and her white dress perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Her stunning appearance made anyone who looked at her, regardless of age or gender, fall in love with her. The passers-by's eyes were wide open, and the number of people who turned to look at her was through the roof. She was an extremely cute girl. Look, so many perverted uncles were drooling. The young men were all captivated by her appearance, and so were the girls. However, they couldn't bring themselves to blaspheme her. It was as if she had an inviolable aura. When she stood next to the young man with the golden hair, they were like a match made in heaven. It's a pity that they're brothers. Among the 7 monsters, apart from Tang Wuling, Yu Jingyu, Xie Sun, Su Lizzie, Yuan and Yehue, Yi Xinglan, and Su Xiaoyan all stared at the white-haired young woman with wide eyes. Hey, come back to your senses. Tang Wuling clapped his hands and said with a smile. Only then did the 6 of them realize that she and the young man with the golden hair had already arrived in front of them. This, boss, Xie Sun stuttered and couldn't speak a complete sentence. Let me introduce you. This young man is my second brother, Supreme Treasure. Tang Wuling pointed at the young man with the golden hair and said, Yo, how are you guys? You're the 7 monsters. Nice to meet you. My name is Supreme Treasure. You can call me by my nickname, Wukong, Supreme Treasure said. With his strength, he could immediately see through their cultivation levels. They were all cultivators of the body integration stage. Moreover, they were all geniuses. Sister was right. If they were at the same level, it would be difficult for Sister, referring to Bull Demon King, and the others to defeat them. Of course, this was under the condition that he and Lu Er didn't fight. Then, shall we call you Brother Bao? Xie Sun said. Supreme Treasure was stunned. I also think it's nice. Then we'll call you Brother Bao from now on. Su Lizzie said. Supreme Treasure was speechless. Well, I think Brother Wukong is more suitable. Su Xiaoyan whispered. Is Brother Wukong something you can call? If Lu Er finds out, she'll definitely kill you. Supreme Treasure thought to himself. All right. You can just call me Supreme Treasure. Supreme Treasure waved his hand and said, Then, which family's young mistress is this beautiful and adorable girl from? Xie looked Tang Wuling up and down with a vulgar expression. Tang Wuling suddenly squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Xie Sun, your skin has become thicker after a year. Your wretchedness has also increased. Xie Sun's body suddenly trembled, and he subconsciously stepped back. This feeling is so familiar. Shop manager? Yuan and Yehue suddenly cried out. The others were in disbelief. The girl in front of them, who seemed to be only 15 years old, was actually Senior Ling. I didn't expect this. Yehue, you actually recognized me. Tang Wuling smiled faintly. You really are? Boss. Xie Sun quickly hid behind Yuan and Yehue, afraid that Tang Wuling would eat him alive. One must know that he was looking at her with a wretched expression just now. That's right. Long time no see, everyone. Tang Wuling said with a smile. Yes, long time no see. Su. 6 days, didn't know whether to call him senior or senior. My body has some problems. For now, I can only maintain my current appearance. Now, my alias is Tang Yuling. My identity is Wuling's sister. Tang Wuling said. The 6 of them exclaimed. Stop exclaiming. Let's go. Let's go back to Shrek. Tang Wuling said with a faint smile. What? The 5 of them were shocked, except for Tang Wuling and Yu Jingyu. Senior, where did you say we're going back to? Xie Sun tried to calm himself down. Shrek. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Shrek still exists. Boom. The 5 of them trembled. Our home is still there? Don't talk nonsense. Anyway, let's go back together, Tang Wuling said with a smile. Yes. Senior Ling. Call me Senior. Yes. Senior Ling. Nah. Byakuya? How about it? Are you willing? Think about it. I'll give you a reply tomorrow. Gu Yunith said into the communicator. Great. See you tomorrow. Beep beep beep. The voice hung up. I really can't stand this scum bothering me. Why don't you just ask me to kill him? I've always found him an eyesore. He actually has designs on us. Byakuya said angrily. Calm down. This tool still has some use. We still need to rely on him to continue winning Pagoda's trust. It won't be too late to make a move after we've squeezed him dry. Gu Yuna said, but I just don't like him. He actually wants to have a foot in two boats. Byakuya said fiercely. Hee. Your master has a foot in two boats. Gu Yuna said with a smile. That's my master. How can you compare this scum to my master? Byakuya said anxiously. So, are you going tomorrow? Gu Yuna asked. Let's go. Anyway, there's no point in staying here. Byakuya said, all right, since you're going, then I'll go too. My spiritual power has just advanced to the divine origin realm. It's not bad to go out and sense. Gu Yuna stretched and said. At the same time, East Wine Through the Ages received a call from his grandson in his office. Grandpa, it's done. They said they'll consider it tomorrow. Very good. Remember, when you go out with them, you have to get closer to them. Don't let them hate you. East Wind Through the Ages said. Hee. Grandpa, don't worry. Your grandson is so handsome. There are plenty of women who want to marry him. How could they hate me? Don't worry, I'll definitely get them. That's all. Bye, Grandpa. He hung up. Hee. If you can really get them, then that's good. East Wind Through the Ages laughed. Lung Yaozhu, who was beside East Wind Through the Ages, frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. He actually dared to have designs on Gu Yuna and Byakuya. Hee. East Wind Through the Ages, East Wind Through the Ages. You probably don't know that your actions will provoke someone you never expected. No, a god. Chapter 94. In the commander's office of the Poseidon Army. So, Senior, you want to recruit me to your side? Chen Xinjia looked at Tang Wulin, who was calmly sipping his tea. Supreme Treasure, who was rubbing his Jingu bang, and Tang Wulin, who looked very calm, were standing beside them. Recruiting you is a must, and you only have two choices. 1, stand with us. 2, reject us. Of course, if you do that, I'll tell you what will happen to you in the future. You should know what I'm capable of, Tang Wulin said as he put down his teacup. Chen Xinjia's heart was filled with bitterness. Why did this dangerous fellow actually come back? Didn't he go missing a year ago? And he even turned into a girl when he came back. About 5 years ago, the Sun Moon Federation was turned upside down by a young boy. Even if they mobilized all the strong mechas in the army, they couldn't do anything to that child. The commander of the Poseidon Army, Chen Xinjia, also participated in that battle, but he was no match for that child. In the end, it was the Federation who took it off and asked him to quickly sit down and negotiate. The Federation also promised that no matter what the child's conditions were, as long as it was within their means, they would definitely help him. However, that child actually left after being given a 4-star military rank. This matter was a shameful day for the Federation. In the end, they had no choice but to seal off the news. Otherwise, once the outside world started to spread that their Federation was being bullied by a child, the Federation would lose all face. And now, that child who made the Federation tremble in fear was sitting in front of Chen Xinjia. Moreover, he had turned from a boy to a girl. I understand. Can you give me some time to consider? Chen Xinjia chose to give in the end. How could he not give in? If he made her unhappy, she might cause trouble for the Federation again. Perhaps she might even cause trouble for the Federation publicly. If that happened, the Federation's face would be thrown to the ground. Sure, I'll give you half a year to think about it. Also, go back to the Federation and tell those old bastards that I'm back. Tell them to take care of themselves. Tang Wulin slowly stood up. Go. She turned and walked towards the door. Supreme Treasure and Tang Wulin followed closely behind her. Whoosh! Chen Xinjia slumped in his chair. He was finally gone. Oh, Oh, right. Tang Weilin suddenly opened the door again. Ah. Chun Xinjie was so scared that he slid down from his chair. He forced himself to stand up. I can't. His legs went weak the moment he saw her. Long Yue is still alive, and she's never forgotten about you, Tang Weilin said as she closed the door and left. Chun Xinjie was left standing there in a daze. Yiyu, she was still alive? 20 large soul cars were slowly moving along the highway to Sky Sea City. These large soul vehicles were all over 30 meters long and over 8 meters tall. Each of them had over 30 huge tires to support their terrifying weight. The vehicles were painted dark blue, and there were skull-shaped danger signs on the carriages. There were also special military insignias indicating that these were dangerous military supplies. In the air above, there were a total of 100 mechas led by 2 black mechas. It was undoubtedly the case that these were important military supplies for the military. Sitting in the front passenger seat of the first vehicle was a senior colonel, and even the driver was a lieutenant colonel. The electronic screen in front of the senior colonel was displaying the current status of the 20 military transport vehicles, as well as some monitoring data from the radars on the roofs of the vehicles. Big brother, the headquarters is mobilizing supplies in such a hurry. Are they really going to go to war? The lieutenant colonel driving the vehicle asked the senior colonel beside him. The senior colonel looked at the screen as he replied, It's hard to say. Anything is possible before the order for war is issued. The lieutenant colonel rolled his eyes. Big brother, can you not make it sound so official? The lieutenant colonel pursed his lips. What's so good about war? People die in war, and I have no interest in war at all. I just got married, and my wife is pregnant. At a time like this, the further away from war, the better. All right, cut the crap. I know that you just got married. Otherwise, why would I assign you to the logistics department? Even if a war were to break out, you wouldn't be sent to the front lines, the senior colonel snapped. There were still over 3 hours left. Let's get this over with. Just as the senior colonel was about to relax a little, he suddenly felt a faint tremor. The senior colonel faltered slightly before quickly putting up his guard. The highway was extremely flat, so how could the vehicles be trembling? The lieutenant colonel driving the vehicle had also noticed this, and just as a hint of bewilderment welled up in his heart, an earth-shattering change suddenly took place around them. A violent tremor erupted from beneath the vehicle, immediately followed by a strong sense of weightlessness. The flat highway suddenly exploded, and the explosions had been arranged in an ingenious manner, so none of the vehicles above the highway were affected. The 20 military transport vehicles caved in almost at the exact same time before plummeting downward. This was a stationary soul cannon shell. If one were to detonate, then all of the soul missiles would explode as well. If that were to happen, the entire area within a radius of over 50 kilometers would most likely be razed to the ground. As such, all of the mechas in the air were completely flabbergasted by the abrupt plummet of the 20 military transport vehicles. In that instant, they didn't even know whether they should rush down to rescue them or not. Mecha pilots didn't know much about construction, so there was no way for them to determine if this was a man-made explosion or if the highway had collapsed on its own because it couldn't handle the weight of these massive vehicles. All of a sudden, the minds of all of the military personnel present went completely blank. The senior colonel sitting in the first vehicle was the first to react as he heard a series of screeching noises that made his teeth ache. Enemy attack, enemy attack. This isn't an accident. We need reinforcements. We need reinforcements. He yelled into his communicator in a hoarse voice. However, in the instant that his voice rang out, all of the screens in front of him had already turned into static. Signal interference? It was undoubtedly the case that this was a premeditated enemy attack, and it had come very abruptly. There were fighter aircrafts and mechas in the air above. However, who would have thought that this abrupt attack would come from below the ground? The vehicle quickly stabilized, and the senior colonel and lieutenant colonel discovered that they couldn't see anything. Their surroundings were completely gray, and they didn't know whether this was due to intense dust or dense fog. Regardless of what it was, this definitely wasn't good news for them. Thump! A dull boom rang out, and the front of the vehicle seemed to have been struck by something, causing the entire vehicle to sway violently. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful pulling force erupted from up ahead. The military transport vehicles were being pulled forward. At this point, the mechas in the air above had already reacted. As Federation soldiers, they were all very well trained. Even though a strong sense of fear had welled up in their hearts, the leading black mecha still issued an order, and all of the mechas in the air above quickly descended. Due to the cloud of dust, they were unable to see what was going on down below, and not only were the powerful signal interference disrupting the vehicles down below, it was also disrupting their detection systems and communication systems. All of the Soul vehicles down below were loaded with Soul missiles. In a situation like this, no one dared to launch a direct attack, so they could only dive down. Right at this moment, over 100 beams of light suddenly erupted from within the massive crater, hurtling directly toward the mechas in the air above. These attacks came very abruptly, and all of the Soul lasers were over half a meter in diameter, and a string of resounding booms rang out in the air above. More than 10 yellow-grade mechas were blown to smithereens. The protective barriers of the purple and black mechas were also flickering, and all of a sudden, the mechas in the air were completely stopped, and they seemed to be on the verge of being routed. After all, they didn't dare to launch a direct attack down below, but the cannons down below weren't holding back at all. Right at this moment, a figure was slowly making its way toward them from within the inky black passageway that was illuminated by the headlights. This was a woman with a slender figure that was filled with a sense of peculiar beauty. Her entire body was clad in a suit of armor, which was most likely her suit of battle armor. The suit of battle armor was inky black in color, but there was purple light seeping out from the gaps between each piece of battle armor, thereby accentuating the dazzling color of her suit of battle armor. The suit of inky black battle armor didn't appear to be constructed from metal. Instead, it was constructed from inky black crystals, and under the illumination of the purple light, it was emanating a faint purple hue. On her head, there was a crown of the same color. In the middle of the crown, there was a statue of Phoenix. The Phoenix's eyes were bright purple, and its entire body was pitch black. On her face, there was also a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were flashing with purple light. Her massive and lavish wings drooped down from her back, and the folds of her wings exposed her shoulders, while the rest of her wings trailed along the ground. There was purple light flowing between each and every one of her feathers, leaving a series of light patterns on the ground. There was a massive halo with a diameter of over 20 meters beneath her feet, and within the halo was an extremely dazzling image that resembled a purple phoenix soaring through the air. Her left hand was hanging down by her side, while her right hand was facing up in front of her chest, and she was holding something in her right palm. This was a shuttle-shaped crystal that was around a foot in length, and it was of a peculiar silver color. This was a slightly deep silver color, and in contrast to her suit of purple battle armor, it appeared even more dazzling, and it also lit up her near-perfect figure. There seemed to be a vortex at the center of the silver crystal, and the light emanating from the vortex was constantly expanding outward, obscuring the vibrant purple light around her body. Was this a halo beneath her feet? Was this a suit of 3-word battle armor? But could a suit of 3-word battle armor be this extravagant? Her suit of battle armor didn't appear to be normal armor at all. Instead, it appeared to be an extremely fearsome dark life form. This was a premeditated attack, and the target was none other than the supplies being transported in these 20 Soul vehicles. Over 300 Soul missiles were already worth an astronomical sum, and what was even more fearsome was their destructive power. No, he couldn't let them take those supplies. The senior colonel gritted his teeth as he struggled to his feet. He knew that there was no way that he would be a match for his enemy, but he still released his martial soul. A hand that was covered in black armor appeared out of thin air. In the senior colonel's eyes, the hand was rapidly expanding. Everything around him congealed, And in that instant, he no longer felt like a giant flaming wolf that had unleashed his martial soul true body. Instead, he felt like a fly that had been caught in a spider's web. His suit of battle armor began to creak, and he felt as if his body were being crushed by a burst of terrifying power. In the next instant, he would be reduced to minced meat like a crushed grape. Right at this moment, all of the darkness around him seemed to have lit up, and a terrifying oppressive force was instantly unleashed. A dazzling sword projection descended from the heavens, and it was as if it were slicing through all illusions and the source of all pain. All of the oppressive force that was dragging down the giant flaming wolf was abruptly cut off, and the black-armored hand abruptly clenched into a fist before lashing it upward. A dull boom rang out, accompanied by the delightful ringing of a sword. A streak of light flashed through the air, and all of the vehicles in the air crashed to the ground. Only the first 3 military transport vehicles had disappeared into the silver vortex. Under the illumination of the vehicle's headlights, the two figures were appraising one another from afar. The senior colonel looked on with a slightly blank expression, and his body was trembling uncontrollably from having just survived that ordeal. "That's the Dark Phoenix." A bewildered voice rang out, and there was a hint of incredulity in his voice. Has being affectionate turned into meddling in other people's business? A pleasant yet cold voice sounded from the woman covered in black armor. The senior colonel cast his gaze toward his savior, and he was greeted by the sight of a suit of white armor. The suit of armor seemed to have been sculpted from white crystal, but there was faint golden mist swirling within it, giving it an ethereal appearance. The pair of massive crystalline wings on his back left a very deep impression on the onlookers. A series of translucent crystalline feathers had been carved onto the wings, and even the slightest bit of light cast upon them was enough to make them shimmer and shine with vibrant light. The halo beneath his feet was golden in color, and there weren't many patterns on it. There was only a celestial maiden floating within the halo. The halo had a diameter of over 30 meters, and it was slightly larger than that of the Dark Phoenix. The senior colonel didn't know much about the abilities of the most powerful beings in the world, but he knew that the larger the halo, the more powerful the domain of a 3-word battle pet warrior. In terms of the magnificence of the suit of battle armor, the Dark Phoenix's suit of battle armor was clearly inferior to that of this man. Could this be a suit of 4-word battle armor? That's right. The man in the suit of white armor was none other than Amorous Zong Exan. At this moment, there was a translucent amorous sword in his hand, and there wasn't even a soul ring around his body. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that his soul ring was concealed somewhere. However, in the instant that he appeared, the tables had turned. In the darkness, silhouettes appeared one after another, surrounding Zong Exan from all directions. Beams of light continued to soar into the sky, blocking the mecha formations that would descend from the sky at any time. I didn't think that the divine space-time shuttle would be in your hands. But when did you become a member of the Holy Ghost religion? If your sister were to find out about this, she would definitely be heartbroken. Zong Exan looked at the woman in front of him with a grave expression. He had never imagined that she would be the one leading the Holy Ghost religion to intercept him. Retreat. The divine space-time shuttle in Dolua's hand dimmed, and it disappeared into a streak of light. With her experience, she knew that this was a trap the moment Amorous Dolua and Zong Exan appeared. It was a trap that targeted the Holy Ghost religion. Regardless of whether the stationary soul cannon in the car was real or fake, she couldn't take it with her. The surrounding shadows instantly closed in on Dark Phoenix Dolua. A long, pitch-black feather appeared in Dolua's hand. It was the Dark Phoenix feather. Zong Exan was indifferent. He only sighed and said, "I've long heard that the Holy Ghost religion has 1 emperor, 2 emperors for heavenly kings, and 7 top experts. It seems like you're one of the 4 heavenly kings. You're still the same as before. You talk a lot of nonsense. You're a homosexual with a problematic sexual orientation." Dark Phoenix Dolua mocked. Amorous Dolua's face darkened for the first time. "I can understand why the Holy Ghost religion attacked the Tang men. After all, we've been enemies for many years. But were you also involved in the bombing of the Shrek Academy? Back then, you risked your life for Yun Ming, even more than your sister did. You were so infatuated with him. But he died at the hands of the holy ghost religion. Is this what you want to see? When Dark Phoenix de Law heard him mention Yun Ming, her delicate body trembled slightly. Shut up. Do you really think that we killed Yun Ming? There's something that you don't know about. Go away. Don't get in my way. What do you mean? Is Yun Ming still alive? Zhang Xian showed a shocked expression for the first time. If it weren't for me, Yun Ming would have been fed to the Demon Emperor by the two emperors. You should be thanking me, Dark Phoenix de Law said coldly. You. Zhang Xian was stunned. He felt that she was a little different. Even now, she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. It was as if she was waiting for someone. Ayaya, it's quite lively here. A young girl's voice sounded. It was like the sound of nature. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped moving. The only ones who could move were Zhang Xian and Dark Phoenix de Law. Under Zhang Xian's shocked gaze, a white-haired girl had appeared between the two of them at some point in time. When Zhang Xian and Dark Phoenix de Law saw the young girl in front of them, they immediately bowed to her. Zhang Xian looked at Dark Phoenix de Law. What's going on? Why is she? Welcome, Senior. Dark Phoenix de Law said respectfully. The Holy Ghost religion knows about Senior's existence? Zhang Xian said in shock. It's not the Holy Ghost religion. Only the Blood King, Ling Dang, and I know about it, Dark Phoenix de Law said. It seems like you're much better than before. The evil thoughts in your martial soul have been cleared. You're now a controllable Dark Phoenix, Tang Wulin said calmly. It's all thanks to Senior's help that I've realized my mistakes, Dark Phoenix de Law said. Is Yun Ming's soul with you? Tang Wulin asked. Yes. Dark Phoenix de Law didn't dare to lie. Leave it to me, Tang Wulin said. This? Dark Phoenix de Law hesitated. If you really love him, give him to me first. I'll give you a new Yun Ming, Tang Wulin said. Dark Phoenix de Law's body trembled. Senior, can you revive Yun Ming? She asked anxiously. Of course. However, before that, he'll have to suffer for a while, Tang Wulin said. Then, I'll leave Yun Ming to you, Senior. Dark Phoenix de Law took out a strange crystal. There seemed to be a transparent person inside the crystal. Wasn't that Yun Ming's soul? She handed the crystal to Tang Wulin. Very good. Then, you can leave. Remember to be careful not to be discovered. Also, Tang Wulin looked at a certain place. You should come out quickly, too. Do you think I didn't discover you? Alala. I was still discovered. Little brother is really amazing. I already knew where big sister was. Lilina had no choice but to hop out. She stood together with Dark Phoenix de Law. Zhang Xian was shocked. With his strength, he actually didn't discover the existence of this person. This person was the ultimate Doluo. You're also one of the 4 Dark Heavenly Kings? Zhang Xian looked at her and asked. Yes. They all call me Dark Bell. You can also call me Little Bell. However, I prefer people to call me Nanari. I know you, amorous Doluo Zhang Xian. I've also heard about the matter between you and Heartless Doluo. Hee, Nanari said with a smile. Nanari? Zhang Xian was stunned. You look very young. I'm not old in the first place. Uncle, I'm only in my 30s. I'm still young. Nanari said as she puffed out her chest. In her 30s? Zhang Xian was shocked. She was already the ultimate Doluo in her 30s. This evil soul master's talent was terrifying. Hurry up and leave. Okay. Tang Wulin said. Why are you so cruel to send sister away? Why don't you let me accompany you for a while longer? Lilina suddenly drew very close to Tang Wulin. Zhang Xian and Dark Phoenix de Law were stunned. They both knew about Tang Wulin's true identity. Nanari obviously knew about it too. However, this Nanari actually dared to tease Tang Wulin even though she knew his true identity. This really shocked the two of them. And the key point was that this senior wasn't angry at all. This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.